Earth Spell: The Loss of Consciousness on Earth. Received by Ceanne DeRohan. Dedicated to God, the Father of loving light. Introduction. I have to say that I am most pleased with the movement I see happening now, even though I know that most people view that as a macabre statement on my part, since they do not understand what I mean. I have intent to heal Earth now, but Earth is not going to heal without the upheavals involved in moving guilt out of her magnetic energy field. Guilt is not in its right place on Earth anymore, and yet, the barest recognition of this brings up feelings of guilt in all of those who have not yet understood why they have guilt, what their guilt is, or what is involved in moving guilt back. It is movement in your terror that you are feeling, your terror that you must make a place for guilt, or you are not loving. Some things that have been on Earth for a long time, even from the very beginning, must go now. The guilt in this area says, among other things, that it is unloving to take this position, and therefore the ones who take this position are the ones who deserve to go. Try thinking of it in this way. I am a great ball of light. My light streams forth in all directions and flows into any space that is open to receive it. Within my light, there are many places which are not open to receive my light. If these places were free, they would move out to the edge of my light, like so many bubbles rising in water, until they pop into the atmosphere. Guilt would not mind moving away from me until it could float peacefully, where there is no more pressure from my light moving it back. Guilt has not been able to move back freely like this because it became entangled in the magnetic energy field. Guilt has not gained consciousness because it is not seeking to do so. It was not known what guilt was in the beginning. The experience of feeling guilt was necessary in order to know that it is not love. Now that the mother knows she cannot live in the presence of guilt, she is moving to expose guilt for what it really is, because guilt must be clearly seen in order to move it back, without sending a long-lost will that does not want to go with the guilt. As guilt moves back, my light will be able to expand into places that have not received my light before. This process involves considerable upheaval, but it is necessary because love and guilt cannot coexist in the same place for reasons of vibrational differences. The will has had the belief that unconditional acceptance in love meant making a place for everything. The will has had the pain of trying to vibrate in the presence of guilt that does not move in response to the will's vibration. The guilt in the will has caused the will to feel that she could not allow herself to move in the way she needed to move. Because guilt was in the way, the will was not able to receive me to understand that it is not possible to be loving toward guilt. When the will was unable to find acceptance within herself for guilt, the will felt inadequate, unloving, and unlovable. All the will knew to do to try to be loving was to pressure herself to stop vibrating and give the space to guilt. When the will did this, guilt never noticed. It just filled the space the will gave it, and the will continued to feel pressured to back down even more. Most of the will has backed down all the way into the survival chakra and has been held there. The will has been feeling so overwhelmed by guilt that even when she realized she was going to die, the will thought I required this sacrifice. Rage fragmented out of the mother all the way along here and it gave the appearance of a masculine polarization. Misunderstanding has taken the will into death, near death, and nearly irreversible pain, while I struggled with my own feelings of inadequacy about being unable to reach the will. By the use of the word death here, I do not mean the lifting of living essence out of the parts of the self that have lost their ability to vibrate. I mean the experience of those parts of the self which have lost their ability to vibrate in any way that allows them to live. I have come to give these teachings now because I have finally understood how to reach those parts of the will I have not been able to reach before. Making contact with the will here was a most important first step, and one that was not easy, given the presence of the guilt. The movement you are seeing on earth now is the movement necessary to move these dead and almost dead parts of the will out of the guilt that led them there. The situation is very perilous for the will because it is so weakened it cannot move very fast, and for the same reason, it cannot afford to move very slowly. What needs to move in the will now are the most desperate of emotions that have never been given acceptance on earth before. These are the feelings of hell, which have only been given into in the most denied realities on earth. Many times, in the process of moving these emotions, the will is going to feel that it is too exhausted to go on, and yet, movement of more emotion will often give the will additional strength, strange as this may seem. I want to introduce you now to some feelings you have not known before, no matter what your impressions are of heaven or the Godhead. These feelings are feelings of joy that do not have to deny anything in order to be joyful. Feelings of joy that have no undercurrent feelings of being only an intermission in an ongoing war, and joy that need not hold back because of what tomorrow may bring. To have these feelings, you must be free of all denials. The more you have limited the expression of some emotions, the more the capacity to experience and express all of the other emotions is also affected. I want to point out again that denials are not something you identify as though they are poisons in your system that can be eliminated or neutralized through the use of the proper antidotes. Denials cannot be solved by manipulating your will until you have a false will that allows you to pretend you are not involved in the perils around you, and denial cannot be treated like a foreign presence to be removed. Denial is every place you are not fully conscious. If you have denial, you have guilt because you are not allowing your true vibration. If you have no guilt, you are no longer bound by the physical plane. You can leave it without dying first and without leaving your body behind. Instead, you can step up the vibration of your physical body to the speed of light. Besides having denials where you are not fully conscious, you have denials you are not conscious of at all yet. How separated from the light denials have been is what makes the difference in how they appear when they first begin to move. Mild denials are such things as the little lies you tell your friends and family in the name of not hurting their feelings. These have the grayness of guilt you are learning to recognize now, but these denials are not the ones lost will needs to move now. The deepest and darkest denials are the gapped rage and gapped terror it is necessary to address in this book. You are going to need some instructions on how to heal this gapped rage and terror, because it has never been done before, no matter what anyone else tells you about it. The mother's deepest knowing says that if it had ever been healed before, things would not be as they are now. Identifying the gap and learning how to avoid triggering it is the best anyone has done with it so far. Even those who have allowed the gap to fight have not allowed it to finish. To try to rid yourself of denials by vibrating them out is to lose yourself more than you are lost already, and to lose what power you have left to heal the gap. To insist that you no longer have denials now that you have noticed them is to make the same mistake I made in the beginning. Intent to heal must understand the teachings I am giving now, unless you want to find yourself seemingly, inexplicably swept away with guilt you did not know you had, but which must, nevertheless, move back now. If this brings up emotion in you, it is a necessary part of your process. If you do not feel anything, you have more reason to fear you cannot heal than if you are feeling more enraged or more terrified than you ever thought it was possible to feel. Rather than go past it, put the book down and move any emotion you can, no matter how slight. Don't read past it. This gap is nothing to fool around with. Most people who have preached discipline and control of the emotions have done so because of their awareness of the gaps involved in the emotional body and the realization that any free expression of emotion, sooner or later, leads to the gap. Since judgment has been held against the will for so long, which has prevented healing here, it has long been thought that the will is just gapped and nothing can be done about it. The will fears this about itself. If you have the feeling it is not going to be hard to heal this gap, you are not getting the understandings you need from these books, and you need to move back from the gap you are seeing and not toward it. If you misfire your healing here, you will not have another opportunity to try it again, because you will be dead. And I do not mean dead until you reincarnate. I mean dead. The reason I am sounding so heavy-handed here is because, literally, whether you have a nuclear holocaust on Earth or not depends on how the gap is handled. I would tell you that not moving the gap is preferable to wrong movement, except that lack of movement here is no longer an option if life is what you seek. Your starting place is feeling the presence of the gap and moving terror of the gap. Your terror may express first as denial of what I am saying, or as rage, but you must move with it until you feel that it is really terror, and then you must move into the terror. Once you feel the lack of love and compassion the gap has for itself and everything else, it won't be hard to feel the emotions you need to move. If you do not understand what I am saying here, and why I am saying it, you do not understand how essence takes form in manifestation. I am not being unloving here. More light must come into the earth now, and the vibration in the gap must be allowed to rise until it crosses the gap and can receive my light and know it for what it is. If you manipulate this gap with visualization of how it is supposed to move, or by other means, it is highly likely you will not live to be healed. This gap has been in place since the beginning of creation, and to heal it, you must go back into the place and time of its forming. There is no other road open to you but to allow movement and emotions you have held back for so long that making contact with them is going to be most of the work. If you do not do this, guilt will have the power to take you into the death you have for so long, in your confusion, thought was leading you to life everlasting. The death you will have here is the loss of any consciousness to know whether you are dead or alive. You all have places in you that already feel they want this, because they believe they have no power to have life on their own terms. Some of you claim that you want this unconsciousness, but all of you have a real choice to make now, and I prefer you make it as consciously as you can. If you have the feeling you do not want life, you need to know whether you are making this claim to avoid what is involved in really healing yourself, or whether this is what you really want. If you make the choice to go unconscious, you are not going to be allowed to take any essence with you that is not aligned with this choice, but is being held back by you from the movement it needs to escape this fate. In other words, you are going to face, on the way to your death, whatever you need to face to allow movement and whatever essence needs to move to escape from you. If the mother has to vibrate this will essence for you, you will not have it anymore, because the mother is going to take back any will essence you have, which is not aligned with your choice, and without it, you are going to find that you cannot reverse this unconsciousness you are going into, even if you should decide later that you really don't want this unconsciousness after all. The mother is desperate to reach you already. If you deny her beyond her capacity and willingness to endure the suffering your denial is giving your will, it will no longer be your will. The mother will take it in and leave you outside of me as lost light. And lost light is what, by your own choices, you will have defined yourselves to be. I am going to be with the mother unconditionally now, and lack of receptivity to the mother can no longer be allowed to live within my light. Most of you who are trying to be good do not think you have guilt. You think you are only trying to be loving, and you want to put yourselves above my words here. I have to tell you, you are so guilt-ridden, you have lost the consciousness with which to notice it. Guilt is not more powerful than my light, but it is in the power position on earth right now because my light is not present where guilt is. In order for my light to become more present, guilt has to move back. In order for guilt to move back, you have to see what it is. Then you must understand the feelings you have around the issue of what is love and what is not love. In order to do this, the magnetic energy field must be allowed to move freely. The gap is the empty space or void between my accepted, conscious feelings and my denied or gapped off feelings. These gaps are openings for denial energy, formerly called ashuras, which have caused havoc. That is, the evil, which my conscious self never intended. A very important understanding to get now is that the gapped will fears emotional movement enough to resist healing, even though conscious intent is to heal now. The will knows intuitively that gapped rage and terror must heal, or there will be no real healing at all. But still, the will is afraid to go near these areas. The will is able to intuit the presence of these gapped emotions, even if it cannot bring this recognition into the conscious mind or articulate this reality without help. The will is living in fear that the gap will kill what remains of it like it has already killed the rest of the will. Thus, much of the will fears that movement will not bring healing, only more pain. So overpoweringly intimidating is the presence of the gap that only those who have denied their wills heavily have been daring to confront it, and the gap has been killing them just as surely as if they had never struggled to become free of it. As long as the gap is there, it rules by intimidation, making open expression of its presence often unnecessary. There is no such thing as free will in the presence of the gap. Often, the only sign of the will sensing of the gap is a subtle deflection of the direction thoughts or emotions are taking. So overpoweringly intimidating is the grip of the gap that any slight motion in the direction of the gap is usually halted by the will in a manner it hopes will escape notice, because the will believes its survival is based on avoidance of the gap. The will believes that if it is even noticing the gap will get it. This is because I would not, for so long, admit that I had this gap, or allow it to be noticed in any way that might suggest there was any problem with it. Guilt is in the gap, but it is even worse than guilt because it is hatred that guilt has created by holding back emotion until it has become so compressed and gapped from the reality where it split off that it has almost no light left in it and is not living in present time. Many think that if they hold back these emotions a little longer, what is in the gap will die, and there will be no more problems. These gapped emotions will die if they are held back much longer, and they are so desperate for their own survival that they feel ready to kill anything that even looks like a threat to their survival. Not only is it not loving to kill the gapped emotions in this way, but the gap has claimed so much of the will already that it now has the power to take everything else with it if it goes. The darkness in this gap is what has been called evil. So do not diminish the import of my words here by thinking you are going to heal this gap with a few release sessions. The gap can be healed, but only if you really move the emotions you need to move along the way to meeting the gap within yourself. The experience of moving emotion and feeling the healing it brings will give you the understanding, confidence, and personal power necessary to heal the gap instead of giving up when you meet it. The gap I am talking about here is sometimes touched between men and women in domestic violence. When a lonely person gaps, he or she often goes and harms or kills that which represents the threat to his or her survival. There are many forms taken on by the lost will here, so many forms that you will think you cannot understand them. But basically, the various parts of the self have been harming and murdering one another according to who is blaming who for what. The many images involved are all reflections of the judgment patterns involved. It is possible to move into the gap without understanding it, but it is not possible to heal the gap this way. It also is not possible to have all of the understandings in advance of the experience of meeting these gapped emotions. Unfortunately, I cannot give you a roadmap here, because it is impossible to tell you just how your own gap is going to move without having a retarding effect on your ability to allow it movement. The most important thing is to become as real as possible with yourself and others by allowing as much of your true feelings as possible to express each day. Then, when you get to the gap, you will know you are there and that you are as prepared as possible. If you have another person near you who is also involved in this healing process, it can be most helpful. Such a person may be able to see your gap before you do. You may also not be able to trust another person here. You will have to go on your own intuition. If a person near you is hurling blaming rage at you, or is not moving emotion in response to you, or is pressuring you to move emotion you do not feel is yours to move, you can know you are very near the gap either in you, the other person, or both of you. It is very possible to go into the gap if you allow your true responses here, and you must decide whether it is the right time to allow it or not. If not, remove yourself from the situation as fast as possible and express what you can allow in a place that feels safe to you. Even though you may know this in advance of the situation, it is not possible to talk to your gap in advance. It also may not be possible to recognize your own gap until you move into it, and when you move into it, you may not be conscious of what you have done, even when it passes. This is why I must caution you not to try to trigger one another's gap until you get the rest of your will moving as much as possible. I also know that many of you are going to trigger the gap without consciously realizing you are going to do it. If you can't help it, then it is not wrong. The gap is not aware that it is going to heal. The gap is not aware of anything, even when it moves, other than the ancient imprints it received so long ago. Nonetheless, when it moves is the only time you have to get consciousness into the gap. At first, you may only be able to become aware that you are in the gap, but this is enough to establish a link between yourself and your gap. Little by little, as you move the gap, you will be able to bring more consciousness into it. When you get to the gap, you must proceed as slowly as necessary, but as quickly as possible. The gap will become aware of its own healing as it is happening. After each movement in the gap, you are going to have feelings of guilt about the emotional expressions which have surfaced there. After you have moved in the gap, you will also need to move in the fear of the gap's unlovingness, because this fear has kept the guilt in place all of this time. You have violence in the gap, and you can minimize or channel the violence there by giving fear as much direct expression as possible. In my opinion, it is better to go into direct expression of fear than to go into avoidance here. The gap is going to frighten you, and if you go past the fear, the gap is going to have a chance to get you. However, you are going to have to learn to go into direct expression here. The gap only knows acting out of emotion and is imprinted with overriding fear and taking action against the threat. The most important thing to give is your real response to the gap, no matter how risky it might seem, rather than a fake response. Love is not going to move into the gap right away because the gap is too far away from love as it is. The gap is not ready to give or receive love, and you cannot love the gap right away either, because the gap cannot be loved as it is. If hatred is your first response to the gap, it is not wrong, but do your best to move back from the gapping person while you are expressing this hatred, rather than attacking the gap with it. If you do attack the gap and get hurt, it is necessary for you to take responsibility for your part in it. You are going to have a hard time getting the gapped person to take any responsibility for what has happened because he or she is going to insist it is all your fault because you made the gap feel threatened or provoked. This is what is imprinted in the gap. You will have to move through hatred and blame to see the role you have played here, and so will the gapped person. Aggressing toward the gap is, in part, expressing your own gapped rage, in part, self-defense, in part, the intensity of insistence that the gap expand its consciousness beyond what it already holds. But it is, in part, your own gap from the fear involved. When aggression toward the gap indicates movement of gapped rage in avoidance of the gapped terror you also hold, you are moving in accordance with the ancient imprints which avoided the terror. It is not a matter of trying to go into terror you do not feel. It is a matter of opening the space within yourself to notice and allow the terror that has been denied. The gapped rage you want to attack also needs to move into its terror, but it is not possible to move into this terror until enough rage has moved to allow it. People who have moved into the gap without being able to understand it have gotten caught in the rage and blame, self-hatred and guilt, whether they blame self or the other. Their own reflection of terror avoidance has not been found because they have not gone far enough in their movement. This awareness must be found in the will that has been denied here, not just in the consciousness that is talking to this denied will. Understanding this reflection is going to bring the healing needed. It is not possible to move compassion into the gap that wants to force terror on another as a means of avoiding terror itself, until you have experienced the gap enough to understand in your will why this gap took place in the beginning. Holding back emotions is not right, and the pressure of doing this has caused the gaps that must now be healed. The action of the gap is a response to the pressure of being pushed on so much that the survival seems to be threatened. Whether survival is actually threatened or not, the gap does not allow itself to notice. The gap is holding an old, denied feeling of terror about the compression I was already feeling when I pushed on the mother in the first creation. I did not know what my feeling of terror even was then, and I reacted by pushing on the mother without knowing I was going to do it. I thought she was trying to kill me, but there was no conscious thought process here with which to analyze whether this was true or not. I pushed on her too hard, but I did not know that either. It was a reaction from being held back for so long because I did not know how to move. When you move into your gap, you need to realize that holding back for so long has caused it, and immediate balance is not going to be found just because you have realized this. What this seemingly simple original act caused is all of what lost will has to heal now. It is essentially all the original cause there is, but it has affected everything. So everything needs healing now. Holding back is not right, but now that it has happened and opened the space, or the gap, for guilt that it did, you also cannot simply turn your gapped emotions loose. Allowing movement that is out of your control because it has been outside of the consciousness for which you have had normal acceptance for so long does not bring healing result, because intent to heal is not present there. Intent to evolve is not even present. Although I do not recommend holding back or controlling emotions that have been denied, but have consciousness in them when they return to you, I am saying that you must regain some measure of control over the expression you are going to allow these gapped emotions to take. They are going to want to kill or seriously maim, and they are not going to want to be deterred. Nonetheless, you are going to have to move in a little at a time and get enough consciousness in there that you can control the form of expression these emotions are going to take. Once they gain consciousness, control will no longer be necessary. The original holding back took place from lack of experience. My light was not polarized into spirit and will yet, or even differentiated very much at all. All I consciously connected to, at the time, was a feeling of unbearable pressure on me that had to move back. I did not know that my light was causing the feeling of compression because of the expansion taking place in it from awakening into consciousness. The mother did not know she needed to move back and give my light space for this. We did not even know that feeling and thought had to connect to one another. In this case, they did not, which is why there is no consciousness in the gap. Through movement in the will, the mother is going to have to allow herself to notice that she had a feeling of unbearable oppression from the pressing of my light upon her. We each had the feeling that the other had to move back, but this did not connect to our thought. We just pushed. We actually both pushed on one another at the same moment, but since the mother received the greater harm, she assumed this meant I had aggressed on her with the superior power and the intent to harm her. These are ancient imprints that have not come into conscious thought, and yet they govern all of our lives. Movement here is going to allow consciousness that will bring forth the understandings needed. Originally, I called this action the survival instinct because I had not determined it by thought, but had taken the action I felt necessary to survive. This survival instinct has been judged against as the base and lower nature of man and is not sanctioned. Instead, it moves in a state of denial, coming out only when a person is so desperate there is either willingness to let go of control or loss of the ability to retain control. This has not allowed balance to be found, and has increased the denied state in which this instinct dwells. Operating in such a state of denial, this instinct has often not even had the ability to save the person because it has been allowed out too late to have time to gain the consciousness necessary in its perceptions. Thus, it makes the old mistake of acting as though survival is based on eliminating what it perceives to be the threat. That's all that was present, in terms of thought, in the feelings we had then. Nothing new has entered the gap since then. Your consciousness in the gap is going to wake up from this place. To contact it, you have to go to the place where it really is. When you get there, you will have the feeling the gap is totally out of control, and it might be, which is why you cannot allow it to express freely until you know it better and it has more consciousness of you present with it. The gap has a long way to go to catch up with the rest of you, but it can get there if you help it. You have to allow it to move as much emotion as possible without allowing it to move in ways that cause great harm. You may want to attack the person triggering you, and you may not want to be deflected, which is why you have to control the expression here enough to get the rage and terror moving in ways other than the old pattern that feels you have to kill to live. If you do not pressure yourself to go into the gap before you are ready, and if you follow the steps I am giving here, you will live through the gap and see it healed. If you do not feel ready to heal your gap, do not allow yourself to be pressured into it. If you do feel ready, do everything else you can first so that when you get there, you will have enough personal power to handle it. If you feel ready to move into the gap, you almost have to allow someone or something to give you the pressure you need to cross the gap to the other side, where the emotions lie hidden. You can make the choice consciously to allow them to trigger you, but the moment in which they trigger you may not be a moment of conscious awareness that it is happening, or you will have more consciousness present than this gap has, and you will miss it. You will get there if you keep trying, though. The more ready you are, the more you will see the gap being reflected to you in your outer reality. The mother is already moving to close her gap with my light, and you need to move along with her if you want her help. Reality is that only a few of you are going to be able to move through this gap now. Those who feel they cannot move through the gap now should not be pressured to try it before they are ready. Do not allow yourself to be pressured out of fear that complete healing is not possible unless you move through the gap now. You will make better progress giving expression to the fear that full healing is impossible than to go past this fear and jump into an experience for which you do not have readiness. It is nearly impossible to gain the full healing necessary, and you need to allow movement around the images that hold this impossibility in place. No matter what anyone tells you at the understanding level, it is not enough reason to disregard yourself or the feelings you need to move. What you have to move here are your real feelings. It may be just as beneficial to you to move your fear of the gap as you go into the gap itself. What needs to be understood here is that the problem has been with us from the very beginning, was hated from the very beginning, and has not moved from the very beginning. The feeling that it is not, therefore, possible to really change the way it is what is giving impetus to the feelings of doom most people are trying to avoid in their lives. Any movement you can do in your will help you to get ready for your next step. The healing of the gap in any one place will help the healing of the gap in all other places. I have my light with you now, and any movement you make toward opening to receive me will find me there already, because I have to be that quick in order to close the gap. In the story that follows, I am not going to mention the presence of the gap very often, or the effect it has on what happens, other than to tell you where and how these gaps took place. But if you begin to notice that the gap has an effect on everything, you will not be wrong. It is the same with guilt. I cannot point out each time guilt has presence, or there will be no story left, only a long, boring lesson on the role played by guilt, the gap, and everything else that played a part in interfering with the free flow of essence toward the realization that it was love seeking to understand itself. Even if I gave you the long, boring lesson, you would not be able to comprehend it. Give it more time if what I am saying seems like it is too much for you. In time, you will understand that this is not wrong understanding to give now. The reflection lost will has to give. Because you have read The Reflection Lost Will Has to Give does not mean you understand it. You have a long way to go in understanding The Reflection Lost Will Has to Give, but the more you look at it, the more you will see. And if you give in to the emotional movement you need, you will learn to understand it. There is no way you can understand this material mentally unless you allow the emotional movement you need. It is impossible. You have to go through the emotional body to understand what is being spoken to you here. If you do not think these books mean anything, you can be sure your emotional body is heavily denied. If you have an instant rapport with these books and feel you understand them, I also want to tell you, you do not understand them as deeply as you need to. Most of what has been given in Original Cause, so far, has been toward the purpose of reawakening you to your judgment patterns. These judgment patterns are old judgment patterns, so old that they are your original cause. What you hold as your most treasured beliefs are not understandings. They are judgments made in advance of understanding your experience. The more you have looked around you and thought your judgment patterns, or attempts to make sense of things, did make sense, the more you have lived within the reality created by your judgments. Until now, there is so little vibration left in you, it is as though you are unconscious and almost totally unable to remember anything other than the way it is now. Most of you cannot even clearly remember yesterday or last month, let alone the origins of your being. The reason for this is lack of emotional presence. If you think about it, you will realize that the things you remember most vividly are because you had strong emotional reason to remember them. And by the same token, the things you have most totally repressed, you also had strong emotions that you believed called for repression as a means of survival. More people are losing consciousness from boredom than anything else right now. In their quest for non-existent excitement, many people are turning to some of the most depraved areas of the lost will because they have a vague memory that something happened there that at least stirred them. Willlessness is now so progressed on Earth that you are becoming more and more like a cross between robots and economic slaves who do not have minds of your own anymore. So many of you have to frighten yourselves in thinking you are about to die, or at least be horribly injured, in order to feel anything anymore. Those of you who have gone even too vegetative for that sit in front of television sets and watch this happen to the people in the programs. You want me, or someone else, to tell you what to do, whether or not you admit it. Guilt is most of the reason for the lack of movement that could give excitement to life. Every time momentum has gotten going toward anything that looks like evolution on Earth, guilt has risen against it and shut it down. I would also like to point out that guilt has also been responsible for shutting down momentum that has looked like regression. This guilt has been both the enemy and the hero, depending upon which movement it is squashing. This is because guilt has no consciousness except that which you give it. In itself, It is simply lack of movement, and in this, guilt is not going to change. But if you get moving, you will no longer have guilt. The problem is how to move when everything out there looks so limited and restrictive, especially when gapped rage has been enforcing the lack of movement guilt demands of any essence that touches it. This is why you have to learn to understand and deal with the cause, and not struggle anymore with the effect. Guilt is so pervasive that you are going to feel it is impossible to be free of it, even if you can figure out what it really is. The problem you are having with guilt is because it has been mixed in with my light from the very beginning. It has not been recognized for what it is. From the beginning, guilt has been called love, or has, at least, been thought to have loving intent. There is guilt mixed in with my teachings all the way along, even in these. It is unavoidable since the recognition of guilt comes with the evolution of love understanding itself. You need to move into the recognition of guilt as you can handle it. If I were to give you a lesson in guilt-free living right now, you would not think it was my light talking. If I told you the story, stopping to point out all the guilt, there would be no story left. Only confusion trying to rid itself of guilt without the framework in which to understand what guilt is. This is what has already been happening, and the lost will is a case in point of the baby being thrown out with the bathwater. You have no way to feel what unconditional love is until you move the emotions you have held outside of love, and you have no images of what it would be like to be guilt-free. The only people you see who are giving the appearance of being guilt-free have denied guilt and show you the reflection of what you think it would be like to be guilt-free. The more you have thought guilt was love, and that to be otherwise would be unloving, the more ruthless and selfish these people appear to be, and are, for that matter. If you do not think guilt is a serious problem, or do not think you need to heed my cautions not to go past it, let me say this to you. Hitler was one of my guilt reflections. Hitler reflected everything I feared I would be if I did not hold back my rage. When I had to realize Hitler was me in a state of denial and how little I could do to stop him, I was horrified. I saw Hitler in me from the very beginning, and yet nothing I did was able to alter the course. Seeing it is one thing. Actually reaching the lost will is quite another. As you can see by this, the ability to disarm these denials has come to me very recently, although understanding has been there for a long time. Following the path of guilt, or even the path of guilt mixed with love, is showing clearly that guilt is not love and does not engender life. Thus, the path of guilt is not right, but this does not mean that guilt has been wrong either. Guilt is neither right nor wrong in itself. Guilt is nothing, really, in that anything said about it will be correct in some situations and incorrect in others. When people have tried to move past guilt without understanding what they were really doing, guilt has caught up with them later in the form of the reversals seen throughout history. Many of these reversals have been seen, but they have not been thoroughly understood for what they really were, and still are. I will be expanding on this as we move along. Hitler was a mammoth guilt reflection for me that caused reversals in the lives of many people who could not understand the guilt they had that drew this into their lives. Understand, Hitler was not my light. He was my light in a state of denial. Hitler was a guilt reflection, but he was not the guilt. What I denied here, because I felt guilty about having it, went out reflecting what I feared it was and what I had judged it to be. This does not let you know what it really was, but what Hitler was reflecting is a good starting place, because that is the reality that was experienced around Hitler. I hated myself so much in the denials Hitler held, that Hitler was hatred manifest. Hitler was also empowered by many who hated their rage, as I did mine. I had gapped myself from this rage so seriously that for a long time, I did not recognize it as myself. I saw only the part of me that was horrified at what Hitler was doing, and in this part of me, I did not know how I had created Hitler and others like him. For a long time, I said I had not done it, because I had a devil in my creation who had done it. I lost control of Hitler in my terror of gapped rage. The denied rage manifested in Hitler, and the denied terror manifested in his victims. These emotions tried to come forward during the emergence of the rainbow spirits, and were pushed into a state of denial by the part of ourselves that was fighting things down. We already had the father warriors within us, acting as a police and military, keeping down what we found to be so unacceptable in ourselves we did not want to allow any hole through which it could creep out. Of course, it did anyway. The rainbow spirits have involvement with us here, and we are all still having the fight in red in the Middle East. It is not a good sign that, even now, what is happening in the Middle East is being so misunderstood and ill-received because the denials involved are not being seen for what they are. Openness has not been allowed here, and by now, the guilt is immense that says openness cannot be allowed around the feelings that are involved here, and yet openness must come in here, or the lost will in the survival chakra is not going to live long enough to help us live. What did not manifest in the massive enactment Hitler kingpinned was his terror and the rage in his victims. These were even more seriously denied than what manifested around Hitler already in a state of denial. These deeper denials are moving now, and the hatred, ultimately to be seen as self-hatred, is immense. The hatred still being held in a state of denial is so immense that all the hatred felt at the time of Hitler was only just enough to relieve some of the pressure on the rest of what is held in a state of denial. I have to tell you more about the fight in red and its far-reaching implications as we go along. I hated the mother and the father of manifestation for tumbling out of control across the heavens, manifesting helter-skelter in what looked to me like a frenzy of orgasmic insanity that would not stop. As far as I was concerned, they had ruined any chance of having balance in creation, or of having heart presence manifest in the rainbow spirits. I hated the rainbow spirits for allowing themselves to emerge here when they knew they didn't have the balance necessary. It looked like mayhem to me, and I felt trapped in it because I felt I had no choice but to throw my light in after the mother and the father of manifestation when I found I could not stop them. I felt they had rushed ahead of me and manifested half the rainbow spirits before I even caught up with them. It seemed to me they did not want to let me catch up because they did not like the position I wanted to take and didn't want to hear what I had to say about it. When I did catch up with them in red, I was so furious I wanted to kill everybody involved, and I was made even more furious by their lack of receptivity to me here. They were either openly defiant or acting like they didn't, couldn't, or wouldn't receive me. I did not move my rage here, or I might have killed them all. Instead, I fought it down and shoved it into a state of denial, trying to approach them in a civil manner, because I thought I would stand a better chance of getting through to them that way. I have allowed myself to move my rage now, and I see that I could have killed them then, so it was not wrong that I denied it until I had greater understanding in which to let it up, But by the time I got these understandings, the path of destruction these denials took had almost cost us creation and the spirit's feeling of desire to live in it. I hated my rage so much I allowed only my insecurities to manifest in the demeanor of asking everyone to please receive me here. Given the rage these same fears and insecurities were pushing back, I also lost control and hit the Father of Manifestation several times. Nonetheless, I manifested only what I had acceptance for around the issues themselves. In every place else, my denials took hold. I wanted to thrash the Father of Manifestation so thoroughly, and the Mother too, that they might not have lived through it. I didn't know who I hated more, the Father of Manifestation for taking the sex action with the Mother, or the Mother for drawing his desire out into the biggest erection I had ever seen. He was shaking it like it had taken over him, jerking spasmodically and dripping. She was licking it, acting like she was drinking from a fountain. I was horrified and at the same time more excited than I had ever been. I hated the horror, but not as much as I feared the excitement and what it meant. It was so bestial and lustful, carnal and thirsty. It was like insatiable lust to have orgasms so intense I cannot describe them to you even now, only to awaken and find them already at it again. What I can tell you now is that the Mother and the Father of Manifestation were working themselves into frenzies of motion, which made me unsure as to whether they were fighting or making love. I could not tell if the Mother wanted to have sex on these terms, or if the Father of Manifestation was forcing this on her by overpowering her. She was screaming for help from my light, but I could not get in there enough to help her, and each time I tried, the Father of Manifestation pushed me back. He appeared to be suffocating the Mother and holding her down in positions that were not allowing her to move. She seemed to be fighting him with everything she had, which was not much strength compared to his, and yet moving in ways that were causing his erection to grow bigger all the time. I could not allow him to hurt her, I thought, but yet I did not move to save her either. They were snorting and growling and making noises I cannot describe. Every little while, their frenzies went into a loss of control and spasmodic jerkings, which did not calm down for quite some time, and which left them covered with the wetness I was not sure I liked. The Mother and the Father of Manifestation had lost control of themselves in the most bestial and carnal lust I had ever witnessed, and I was not sure it was love, because I already knew we had problems with the balance that would have allowed Heart's presence to be manifest. I hated the entire situation and judged against it heavily as base carnal lust at its most depraved level. The lack of acceptance I had for it gave it a disgusting quality for me that I find hard to move out even now, and yet I want the intensity of these feelings to come within love now. I already had these pictures hidden in my mind, and they were out now. I didn't want to claim them. I wanted to blame them on someone else. The Mother and the Father of Manifestation looked to me like the perfect cause that these things had manifested. Not only their behavior, but they, themselves, were looking bestial to me now, and I hated them, like their fall from spirit says I did. The more I tried to communicate with them in red, the more lustfully they looked at one another, as though the more I told them they could not allow this behavior, the more they wanted to do it. I felt furiously impotent, because I could see them looking at one another like they were going to go ahead with it, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. I wanted to beat them furiously and cut them up in little pieces, but I did not allow myself to move here. I felt like they were deliberately allowing themselves to defy the plan Heart and I had so carefully worked out. They had not listened to it from the beginning. They had never listened to it, and they weren't listening to it now. They were openly defying me, just like everyone else who followed their lead. While I hated the rainbow spirits for allowing themselves to manifest here when they knew they didn't have the balance necessary for their own emergence, I hated them even more for pretending they did not know they had emerged, and for acting this pretense out by refusing to unfold into manifestation, as though this would allow them to avoid taking responsibility for what they had done. I hated them for refusing to unfold and receive my light here, because they didn't want to hear what I had to say about their emergence. My rage thought it was frightening them into remaining clumped together. But no matter what track I took, they refused to receive me. I sent heart to them in many desperate attempts to get them to open and receive the light they needed to have, and which was not present at their emergence, and they never opened to receive him either. I was furious at them for pretending in this way that they had not really emerged, and for remaining clumped together in this pretense of acting like they didn't notice me, or anything or anyone else in manifestation. They turned a deaf ear to me every time I tried to address them here, and I got more and more furious every time, always denying it in favor of a more loving approach. The truth of the matter was they had emerged, and they needed to face up to it or allow themselves to go back. Neither move was being made on their part because they had no wills with which to move. It looked to me like it was going to be up to us to move them around, and I was not happy about it. I already had this situation with the angels, and that was making me mad enough. With only the mother in the will polarity, I didn't see how she could hold open enough space. I had holding back in mind and allowing creation to unfold at a leisurely pace so that we could gain the balance we needed each step of the way. The mother had been constantly telling me that she was feeling pressured to go faster than she felt like she could go. I thought we had an agreement that we had problems and we weren't going to create any more until we had solved the ones we already had. The mother was always complaining about lack of balance as the cause of these problems. She talked a lot about how important balance was for her to be able to go ahead in the faith that everything was all right. Ha! Some balance this lusty will of mine was showing me now. It was clear to me that she was ready to throw balance away as soon as the father of manifestation moved himself on any of her erotic parts, which, infuriatingly, seemed to be all of her parts. No matter where or how he touched her, she was moving in sexually provocative response. The more I told her holding back was necessary, the more she moved toward the father of manifestation in outrageously sexual ways, and right in front of me, as though she enjoyed outraging and infuriating me to see how far she could go. I had the feeling that even if I had pulled out a whip and beaten her in that moment, she would have liked it. She was arching herself toward the father of manifestation and pulling him toward her. She was wrapping herself around him and moving on his body like a snake. She was even looking like a snake now, pulling the father of manifestation down onto her, asking him to come into her, and acting like she wanted to go into him. She tried to entwine herself around me, and when I drew back, I thought for a moment she was going to strike me, but she only hissed. She was shivering and shuddering, and acting like she was seeking warmth, but it felt to me like she was seeking more orgasms. I judged her even more heavily now, and wished I had the power not to allow her to move unless I had control of her. She let me have a breath of fire in that moment, and I knew there was nothing more I could do with her. Where was her fear with which she had been constantly nagging me now? Now, she was not the mother who was afraid of displeasing me. Instead of fearing my disapproval, it was as though she were not enjoying it. It was open defiance, and I hated her for it. I wanted to punish her in every way I could. I hated the father of manifestation for his part in keeping her aroused. But somehow, I hated her more for enticing him in these ways. I wanted to scream at everyone involved. No one listens to my plan. If you don't listen to my plan and do it my way, you're not going to do it at all. I shoved these screams into a state of denial with the feeling that I could not do anything effective about it. The manifested spirits were obviously going their own way no matter what I did about it, and so, apparently, were the mother and the father of manifestation. I felt impotent to stop them, and so instead of screaming what I at first wanted to scream, I told them they were going to suffer the consequences if they didn't do everything according to my plan. We had a hell of a fight in red, but we shoved it into a state of denial that went tumbling out into the darkness of space, tearing and clawing at one another like we didn't want any life left when we were done. Meanwhile, we thought this was doing our best to remain civil with one another in the presence of these intense undercurrents, and so it happened that the mother began another series of orgasms that emerged the other half of the rainbow spirits and brought our return to the Godhead. I went along because I knew returning home was necessary, but I had grave reservations about the way it was being handled all the way along. So many things were left unmoved there that it has made the Kundalini energy that must return will to spirit very dangerous for any who do not understand what is really happening there, and it has, literally, killed most people with heart attacks when they have lost control of it. And this had been the case, in spite of the more reserved orgasms of the rainbow spirits' will polarity. In spite of my feelings of impotence, I was able to exert much more control than I realized at the time, so much so that the Kundalini energy went almost totally into a state of denial. But all of the control I was able to exert still has not been enough in the eyes of some who think the Kundalini energy should not be allowed to move at all. Yet, in the eyes of the rainbow spirits, the emergence of their will polarity was so reserved and controlled that many of the spirit polarized rainbows thought they must have emerged backwards, and that this emergence was really meant for them. Many of them have even made the claim that all of creation emerged backwards and needed to flip over. After a long time of ignoring them as wrong here, I have begun to take their claims more seriously. The fighting you are seeing now in the Middle East is among the spirits who are holding most of these denials, but the ones most involved in the fighting are not the ones who have made these denials, nor are they the ones who can bring light into the situation. Neither can the father warriors, who have rushed in to play their old role of trying to hold these denials back and down, bring the light that is needed here. The four parts of God and all of the Godhead spirits have involvement here, as well as the parental parts of the rainbow spirits. We are the ones who have made the denials that must move now to let in the light of love that is necessary in the Middle East. The Middle East is moving now in a state of denial because what is being held there cannot be held anymore. Already, movement in the mother and me is being felt there, but it is not manifest yet as love because heart and body have not yet allowed themselves to move everything. They need to move there yet. Body has his moves to make for manifestation to gain the balance necessary for life, but heart's denials are also involved, and much more than people might like to think. Heart's denials have been manifesting as Nazi essence, along with the rest of our denials of love there. Heart has long thought he was not involved because he was not present for what took place during the manifesting of the rainbow spirits, but heart was present as denied heart. Even though heart is moving here, the definition of love still needs so much expansion that the Nazis are still more involved than you might like to think. Not only are they moving again as hate groups in many countries, but they have hidden their presence in Israel in large numbers. This is why Israel is looking like a form that has been victimized, and yet is turning around and perpetrating the victimization it received, as though nothing in the way of compassion and understanding was learned there. It appears this way because there has been a form change you have not recognized. Nazis have been incarnating into Israel, not only because it is the best possible hiding place they could find, but also for many other reasons that will become clear as you go along. The law of karma is also working here to place perpetrators in the place they created for their victims. But the shortcomings of this so-called law are also apparent, since the essence involved is not learning the lessons hoped for. This is because they are denial spirits who cannot evolve as they are. They are manifestations of denials made in the Godhead and by the rainbow spirits, and so they are lost will that cannot be escaped. The American Indians have heart involvement here also that has not been able to escape the lost will which has been pursuing them, incarnating into their forms, and making it look like the Indians are selling out to the ways of the Father Warriors. It was Nazi essence that discovered the Indians in America and fought them down. It is Nazi essence opposing the blacks in South Africa right now. It has been Nazi essence every time there has been a hateful attempt at the extermination of spirits on earth. Just as loving alignment creates heart, denials create denied heart. The most serious denials of heart created hate. The Nazis are denied heart that hates. The way the hatred is directed determines the form it takes. These denials always do what they do while claiming some other nobler, more loving intent for themselves. So much so that many of the key figures have been made out to be heroes in the whitewashed Father Warriors versions of history. You may even want to say that they are not such bad guys if you just sit down and talk to them. I want you to know that Hitler captivated many of the intellectuals of Europe with his mystical intelligence and strange outlook. Ronald Reagan captivated many people in the United States. This does not mean they are loving men. The gap has been instructed to hide what it holds, and as long as the denial spirits in the gap do this, they are in control of the situation. If things start coming out into the open enough that they lose control, that is when they show what they are holding. The very ones you think are not such bad guys if you just sit down and talk to them are involved in what the gap is holding, and they act it out whenever their strings are pulled. You might be quite surprised, in fact, to see who is really giving the orders. For example, to torture people in darkened chambers beneath the prison systems. I want you to know that loss of control in the gap is just as frightening as it was feared to be. It is terrifying, in fact. Loss of control is what the gap fears the most, and loss of control is also what everyone who has made denials into the gap fears the most. As you move into your own gapped emotions, you will need to exercise some form of control over the expression you allow them, because they have been operating so far from your normal spectrum of consciousness. It is not advisable to just turn gapped emotions loose, because the form they have been taking in a state of denial is the same form they will, at first, want to take in the one who has been denying them, and they will have power over you at first, just as they have had in the world. The Nazis are self-hatred made manifest, but they do not allow themselves to notice they hate themselves, any more than the blame in the original denials allowed this to be noticed. They are full of self-righteousness, in fact. But the most dangerous thing about the form change here is that it is allowing the Nazis to gain what appears to be a more overt alliance with those who opposed them in World War II. These Father Warriors appear to be the same ones that were in power during the Second World War in the Western Alliance, but there has been a form change here also. Different orders of Father Warriors have moved into the power positions on Earth now, because the deeper levels of lost will they oppose are trying to move. It is their intent to stop the movement to open the seventh seal, which is the survival chakra. They are widely proclaiming themselves to be the saviors of peace on Earth, but they are actually trying to deliver the death blow while claiming their actions are all coming from loving intent. While the Nazis are heart denials, they are not the ones who can move it. This hatred needs to move in the heart spirits themselves. The rest of the Father Warriors involved are other spirits' denials, from the Godhead on down. The spirits involved are holding back the emotions that most need to move now to end the acting out of these denials. The outer struggle is showing you the manifestation of the judgment patterns involved, but the outer struggle is not the place to find resolution. Resolution must come from inside yourselves, where you have made the judgments that it is impossible to allow these emotions to move and survive them. It was believed, at the time of the Rainbow Spirits' emergence, that if we allowed ourselves to have the fight we wanted to have in red, there would be nothing left of us or of creation. There was an immense amount of emotion denied here, so immense and intense that it amounted to hating, blaming, rage that the plan for manifesting creation was not going right. We all blamed one another, and we were all too frightened and uncertain of our own roles to allow ourselves to accept the blame then. My rage at the mother and the father of manifestation was immense, so immense that I could not see past it to my own responsibility here. I insisted they had rushed ahead of me and unfolded creation without allowing my light to be fully present. I saw it as a power play on their part that did not want to empower me by allowing my guidance. I did not think there should have been so many rainbow spirits, and I blamed it on the mother and the father of manifestation. I blamed them for having irresponsibly manifested a fragmented bunch of spirits because of their selfish and insatiable appetite for one another. My rage was being pushed away from me as fast as I was able to do it, with the heavy judgment that it was unloving. But I did allow myself to notice that it was giving me pictures of throwing them out of creation, of destroying everything they had manifested and starting over, of tearing out their sexual organs, and of getting revenge by administering the most terrible of sexual tortures, designed to make them unable to feel these appetites within themselves anymore. When I saw the pictures of them finding ways to enjoy even this, I saw myself beating them in a frenzy. I blamed the mother for her sexuality and for having called forth the father of manifestation to attempt to satisfy it. I believed the father of manifestation wanted to come between us so that he could take the mother and put me in the position of having to try to come into him from behind. If you look back over the emergence of the rainbow spirits, you may find involvement you did not know you had, because this is one of the favorite, and yet most heavily denied sexual fantasies of many men: to fuck a woman while having another man fuck them from behind. In fact, the way into the emotions that need to move here is to go into your sexuality, especially your denied sexuality, and find all the feelings you have around it. There is terror around emerging spirits being acted out in childbirth, along with rage about the way it is being handled. There is gapped rage and terror concerning the roles of the parents, which also has a massive reflection in the animal kingdom. There is rage and terror around the issue of how satisfying sexual feelings are and aren't, and around the actual act of lovemaking itself, which now contains so much denial that it is often more like hate-making. You need to look at what happens, and also at what doesn't happen, regarding your sexuality. There is so much to move here. It is going to be very intense to get through it. But it must be done. These are some of the aspects of the issue of gapped hatred between men and women. I could not see that the mother was unable to hold back the emergence of the rainbow spirits because of the growing pressure of their light within her. I blamed her loss of control on her sexual appetite. I was about as insensitive here as those who want to punish a mother during labor by telling her if she doesn't like it, she should not have had sex, or those who want to tell a mother to hold back during the push stage of labor because they are not ready for the delivery. At the time, I could not understand what had caused the mother to go tumbling out of control down into the very darkness of space she had so feared all the rest of the time I had known her. Why suddenly now before I was ready to handle it? I had barely gotten free of the other spirits around us, and I felt I needed some time with the mother and the father of manifestation to reestablish my relationship with them for a little while, especially concerning Heart's absence, before we emerged any more spirits. I was denying it, but I was feeling enraged at the mother and the father of manifestation for not having more control and for not allowing my light to rev up more before we got started. I hated them for not giving me more time between emergences in which to receive the spirits and find out how the spirits felt about their own emergences. It was as though they were running away in deliberate defiance of my wishes here. I already knew the rainbow spirits were going to need a lot of help, and I wanted my light to be as present as possible. I made no connection at the time between the increase in the light from the amount of celebrating we had done over the emergence of spirits in the heavens and the pressing need to open space. The increase in the light was pressing on the mother so much, she was already fearing being pushed on too hard and repeating her original fall. She felt she had no ability to hold herself back, and she was running away from me in terror, but not knowing why. She was desperately trying to open enough space, not knowing what she was doing or why she was doing it. She was trying to stop us from giving her any more light, trying to fight the Father of Manifestation off whenever he caught her, screaming in the feeling of fragmenting whenever he overwhelmed her with light, and yet allowing him to hold her at times because she was so terrified of going off the deep end and losing our light altogether. I had almost no recognition of what the mother was experiencing except that I felt desperate about letting her get too far from me. The Father of Manifestation allowed himself to notice more than I did, but he did not know how to read it. The mother was desperate to give birth because she was unable to hold the spirits within her anymore. She was struggling to get away from my light because she feared my insistence on revving up the light even more was going to make her feel even less able to hold herself back, as I had been insisting she do. She could not be at peace with her own moves because she feared my displeasure meant she was inadequate. She feared me, but she denied her sexual rage toward me. The mother was losing control of herself. She did not want to surrender control to anyone else because she did not trust our sensitivity to her, and she feared what all of this meant. She was like a mother being told not to have any more children when she has no means to stop it. The Father of Manifestation was trying to keep a grip on her, both by going into her and by trying to hold her back, but he could not handle her any more than I could. She was fighting him at the same time as she wanted to receive him. She knew she needed his help, but she was enraged at him for his lack of sensitivity about how to give it. The Father of Manifestation felt inadequate here, but also blamed the mother, and none of the feelings were allowed to come into the openness needed. The mother didn't know if she could trust the Father of Manifestation or me not to pressure her with more than she could handle. I was pouring more light into the Father of Manifestation than he was able to hold, and he wasn't able to give it all to the mother. He felt pressured by my light to move more toward the mother than she wanted him to. He felt trapped between us. In my fear of shortchanging the rainbow spirits, I went to the other imbalance of overdoing it with them, just as most of them overdo their own parenting job. In wanting to make sure they had all they needed, they had much more than they needed. When they could not hold it either, they fragmented much more than they would have otherwise. I was like mind, unable to trust its own intuition or its body to find the balance that would be appropriate. Will and body could not trust themselves here either, because I was not receiving their feelings about how creation should have been made manifest. From the very beginning, they should have been included in our plans, but Hart and I thought it was only necessary to have them manifest and give form to what we had envisioned and understood. When the mother did not act like she wanted to be present for our planning stages of creation, we allowed ourselves to see this as proof that we were right. She wasn't really interested in our plans. We did not allow ourselves to see that her disinterest was because we were not making any real space for her presence or allowing the will movement she needed to remain present or stay interested. In other words, we were much too dry and boring for her. Mental and scientific, she would call it now. Lost Will has since manifested all of the judgments we have made then about the supposed differences between the male and the female brain, while science has never found any real difference and has put the difference off on hormones. Whatever her reasons or ways and means were, the mother kept feeling like something was missing, and she kept going to the edge of space and looking for it as though she was expecting it to appear there. She kept distracting my attention by doing this, and as much as she was making me nervous, she was also making me mad. When the mother became agitated around our planning sessions and remained agitated whether we tried to include her or not, I, of course, as you already know, put it off on the mother. But I also took note of her feelings here, and allowed them to penetrate my consciousness someplace where I would not have them here now to tell you about them. But in our main body, heart and I felt the mother was not leaving us in peace to do what we wanted to do or in the way we wanted to do it. In other words, she was not, as we judged it, opening the space for us that we wanted to have. When we denied expression of our feelings here, we entered into some serious denials. When we tried to include the mother more than we really wanted to, the mother gave us the reflection of being patronizing and phony with her. She had feelings of being unable to trust our intent. Our feelings of annoyance started growing into rage the more we felt we extended ourselves on her behalf, and she was unappreciative. We saw ourselves as being the epitome of self-control when it came to the mother, and we saw her as provoking us with her unappreciative and even defiant behavior. When the mother called forth the father of manifestation, we felt extremely provoked. I especially. Heart allowed me to notice how I felt here by giving me the impression I was not right to feel as I felt about another brother coming along. Heart wanted me to see him as a brother of his, but I saw him as a rival. I had gapped once already over the issue of rivalry from the mother, and I feared I might do it again. The mother already knew I feared losing control of this energy again, and yet, she seemed to have deliberately brought something into my life that was immediately challenging my ability to retain control. Heart and I both feared loss of control on my part. We feared what might happen then. We thought the way to retain control was to control our emotions, and we were extremely provoked to find the mother so incorrigible here. She seemed like a naughty and defiant child, always doing the thing we least wanted her to do. We didn't feel ready for any father of manifestation, and that seemed to make the mother all the more interested in calling him forth. We had no sense of her triggering us to release what we were holding, or that it would bring us what we needed. Instead, we decided the mother was extremely provocative to the point of being oppositional, and that if we did lose control, it would be the mother's fault, and that she would then deserve whatever she got. Since the will depends on spirit for the consciousness with which to understand the feelings, and since spirit cannot give the right understandings unless the feelings are fully received, these denials went into a deadlock. The mother felt this in us and interpreted it as a signal from us that she was to hold back her feelings even more. Her anger was already afraid to come forward, and our lack of acceptance for her feelings when she could not already explain them to us made the mother much more uncertain of herself than she would have been otherwise. Real feelings were getting more and more buried in denials and polarized into viewpoints. We weren't able to receive from them, at the time, the gift of understanding they had to offer. None of us was able to realize that the mother's agitation was because of the will denial already present, or that she couldn't settle down because of sensing that something was missing. This lack of openness between us made it so that the missing element, our own fourth principal form, the obvious component if creation were to take place, present, yet not born into self-awareness, the father of manifestation, had to be called forth from a place of shame, fear, guilt, and denied rage toward spirit for not moving to recognize the role of form in creation. The mother's intuition was guided by a first knowing that was not being credited in our consciousness. This intuition felt the father of manifestation had to be there, and that the gap being caused between body and spirit by his lack of presence could not be allowed to widen any further, but did not have the peace of being accepted. We made the mother feel wrong about needing the father of manifestation to feel satisfied. We did not see the completion of the firm foundation of creation in him because we were all so agitated by the denials involved. We were already so afraid of what we were denying that we feared these areas couldn't be gone into. We were, literally, trying to bury them, especially since I had found that we couldn't go back and do things over as though they had never happened in ways we didn't like the first time. We had the power to pretend, but what we had judged as our mistakes weren't really being healed. The will was taking this in as, what's done is done. There's no point in getting upset about it. Another judgment that went into the will here was, nothing can be done about it. What good is getting upset going to do? It will only make matters worse. The will felt herself being told she must hold back emotion, but she also already felt herself being damaged when she did this. These judgments against the will multiplied the pain, the horror, the terror, and the even more deeply denied rage in the will, because the will was experiencing herself being damaged, and the isolation of no acceptance for her experience, other than being told that there was nothing that could be done about it that would really help. What's done is done, and can't really be changed. The will became deeply imprinted with the belief that real healing is impossible. All later attempts to help the will have been tried in the face of this deep belief in the will that was not moved. Instead, it was further compounded by our reactions to our inability to help the will. Our inconsistencies didn't bother us. We viewed ourselves as moving right along and not holding on to anything that troubled us from the past. It was the will who could not let bygones be bygones. We were looking perfect, and it was by virtue of what was falling away from us into the lost will. It was the will's problem if she wanted to hold on to all of this garbage, instead of letting go of it as we had done. The more she held on to it, the less we liked it, and the less we liked her. Part of the will believed us here and felt like the terrible failure we made her out to be, but in another part of the will, the feeling grew in rage and terror that I was deliberately destroying the will, either because I was hopelessly stupid and unreceptive to evolving my mind, or I was of wicked intent. The lost will moving now is going to heal all of this, but has been in place for so long that giving it another reality is going to take a lot of movement. By the same token, there will not be a time that will be easier for you than now. Even so, the mother is still afraid that what has never been acceptable still isn't. Hart had denied hatred toward the will in many of the same ways that I did. Hart did not come along to manifest the rainbow spirits because he could not stand the position he had in the relationship. With the mother viewing Hart as having come between us, she was trying to go around Hart to reach me directly as she had in the past. It infuriated her to feel she could only approach her mate through her child, and she felt it wasn't right. Hart felt just as infuriated in response, and they both felt very guilty about having these feelings of rage, jealousy, competition, and hatred. Hart felt the mother was trying to leave him out and make him feel that his position wasn't right whenever it came to matters she thought should be just between us. She wanted Hart to find his own will, as though he was no longer the intimate part of us he had felt himself to be before he was born. Hart especially resented this when the mother allowed the father of manifestation near her in ways she didn't even receive in me. I was furiously jealous and allowed nothing to move here, and Hart was furious over feeling denied. Hart felt so denied when we manifested the rainbow spirits that Hart of the rainbow spirits was commensurately denied. How could the rainbow spirits accept Hart if their parents didn't have Hart manifest with them? Hart thought his right place was among the angels and the heart of the rainbow spirits, but he did not feel like it was his right place. Hart has felt displaced in creation without understanding why. Because of the denials involved, Hart thought he was not an accepted part of the Godhead where adult matters, such as manifesting spirits, were concerned. Hart got the idea that his presence wasn't welcome for conception or birthing, and he had blamed the mother for this. Denials here have made Hart's presence difficult or missing for orgasm and birthing in the manifested spirits. The reflection of the intensity of emotion around this belief is shown in the outrage over the idea that Jesus might have had sex. Imagine the outrage that might occur if it were suggested he wanted to have sex with his mother and she with him. The mother allowed Hart whenever it seemed fitting in our relationship according to her ability to handle it then, and even sometimes when she didn't feel comfortable about it, because guilt held her back from full expression of how she felt. The lack of emotional movement both included and excluded Hart because of feelings that were not in balance. Thus, his right place could not be felt. Neither the mother nor Hart were able to resolve this in themselves any more than mothers now feel it is all right to have children in the bedroom during sex, or to accept touch from their husbands of a sexual nature during the waking hours of the family, or to let children witness the births of their siblings. When these experiences are allowed, they are allowed in the presence of undercurrents that are not coming forward for expression, but are creating something as a result of their presence, nonetheless. What needs to move here are all the feelings involved in these situations, and not just some of them. In situations where beliefs say openness should be present, and the forms of this are taken on without full alignment in the will, guilt and sexual shame are denied wherever undercurrents are being ignored. This is how denied guilt fragments get created, and there are currently, certainly, many of them. An example of some of the less harmful ones who go out and act out an openness that is not really there are the sexual swingers who will tell you any combination is good as long as body gets excited, because body response means it must be all right. At the time, I thought I was doing all right with Hart because I had shoved all of my denials into will and body and saw them as giving me trouble. Some lost will took this to mean I was gay because I loved Hart more than the will. The more this split widened, the more men have felt like they have more love for other men than they have for women. Another issue involved in Will's attitude toward Hart is how hard it is for mothers to raise their sons in ways that really prepare them to take on any real roles as fathers. Immediately, many of you will want to say this isn't true, but look at how many women complain that men are like children who have to be constantly looked after, who are emotionally dependent on them, and who, at least in a part of themselves, see their wives as being the same as their mothers. Mothers do not usually allow their sons to develop emotionally, any more than their fathers do. Mothers have a rage at their sons, which they have not allowed themselves to notice because they are focusing all of it on their sexual partners, forgetting their sexual partners were once sons. The answer is as simple as this, really. When men are not allowed to open to their wills fully, whatever fullness is lost there is lost from their entire character. Without full participation of the will, it is impossible to fully understand what is happening to you, and without full understanding, true evolution is not possible. No matter what outward behavior changes people train themselves to make, they are no more evolved than they are open to their will's movement, and opening to another where you are closed yourself is not possible. There is no real way to heal this other than to go back to the places where emotions were stopped and reestablish the flow and evolution from there. This also includes going to the places where the mother cut the son off from affection he wanted to have. The mother has issues with Hart that need to move now. The mother sees Hart as coming between spirit and will. The idea that a firstborn pleases the father more if it is a son enrages the mother toward the father, but also toward the son. It is guilt that has not allowed these feelings to move. Feeling the fear of how unloving you must be to have hatred and rage toward Hart is an important fear to feel so that you have openness instead of more denied guilt that will reflect to you as lack of acceptance for your feelings. I would like to spend a moment on the role of grief here also. Grief is a reaction to splits of any kind, real or imagined. Inasmuch as you fear certain feelings mean splits in the family, friends, or love you can receive or give, you will have grief. To whatever extent you are able to move into a real increase in openness, you will have increasing presence of love and increasing joy. Will has experienced Hart as a control valve that did not allow free expression to or access to spirit anymore. Parents also feel their relationship limited by the presence of children. It is not a matter of putting the children out of the room for certain things. It is a matter of getting the emotions in motion so that parents can increase the openness between them and children can move back as they need to, or as parents need them to, without feeling denied and unaccepting toward what is happening to them. Hart experienced Will as trying to push up through it or around it and as trying to get rid of it. Hart has reached defensively toward Will and protectively toward Spirit when Hart has not liked the feelings coming from Will and has felt furious toward the Will for what was received or perceived as unlovingness coming from Will toward Hart and Spirit. Hart has also turned around in this in defense of the Will, but not as strongly. As much as Hitler was my light in a state of denial, the Nazis were Hart denials. As much as Hart and I were aligned here, the men who closely aligned with Hitler held Spirit-Hart denials. As much as a body aligned with us, form was given to this hatred. As much as the mother hated herself, this hatred was made manifest. This is why the mother always thinks it is all her fault, but she also needs to know she cannot hold these things indefinitely and avoid manifesting them if there is no movement to change them. As much as we opposed and hated ourselves for having these feelings and fought them down in ourselves, other orders of father warriors opposed and fought down the ones manifesting these denials. Although we originally fought these feelings down with everything we had, believing our survival depended on it, the father warriors fought Hitler down with a little less than that. They avoided entering the war until they had to, because there are some denials present in the father warriors that had a secret interest in letting it happen, until the bald-faced openness of it made it impossible to allow any more without having it reflect on them in ways they did not want it to. You can see it in the way they did not allow many Jews to take refuge in their countries, and in the way arms dealers sell arms to all sides and run black markets that are never stopped. The father warriors were not ready to allow the Jews into their countries any more than I was ready to take the rainbow spirits into the Godhead as a solution. All the things that were felt, but not moved because they were judged to be unkind or unloving, manifest the judgments against them, with so little real movement present in the essence involved that this essence remains trapped until the parental parts allow it to move, or until there is a loss of control someplace resulting from the pressure of holding it in the face of the extreme provocation I mentioned. As much as we wanted to hide these denials from ourselves, many aspects of these denials have been acted out in secrecy. History has been lost or cleaned up, and things have been left undiscovered because of lack of intent to bring them forward. As much as we have wanted to hide from the reality of these things having presence with us, we have also had fragmentation and the avoidance of the real feelings involved in any given situation. Another way these denials get in motion is when the ones making the denials feel like the denials are the true feelings they would really like to express, but they dare not because of the lack of acceptance for such feelings that they see around them. Then these denials have the power to go out and do it someplace else, or even to force themselves on others because the ones making the denials hate the lack of acceptance for what they feel and want to knock it down. When we make such denials, what starts out in secret often gets exposed by the part of us that hates us for having these feelings. No matter which way you go, the lost will moving here has been waiting a long time for its opportunity. The fight in the Middle East has everything to do with our denials in red, and all the way along with the rainbow spirits for that matter. The Second World War also had to do with these denials, as did all of the other struggles in the history of the Jewish people, including their struggles with the elements, starvation, plagues, and so forth. Moses had the power to help the Jewish people because he was an angel. Because these things have all been acted out in a state of denial, without the light of understanding being able to come in, the movement has not brought healing. Instead, it has fulfilled the judgment patterns and made the judgment patterns seem more right each time. There are so many judgment patterns in place here being acted out in so many complex patterns, and presenting themselves in so many aspects of society, that about all I can say now is that the fighting has been increasing the pain, the anger, the patterns of blame, and the bitterness, just as our fears judged it would happen. The most you can do now is move these feelings so that the understandings can come into your wills, where changes can be made. What is significant about the fight in the Middle East, and causes many to say it is a mark of the last days, is that it is a major attempt on the part of the father warriors to kill the survival chakra, while pretending they are trying to find a way to stop this fight. The best thing you can do is pull your denied survival chakra essence out of there by getting it moving in yourselves. Hitler is manifest in the Middle East and has been for quite some time. The Nazi essence manifesting there is heart denial, but everyone has heart denial, so everyone is involved there. Everything you have ever felt and judged to be unloving has been cast out of your hearts and into a state of denial. The severity of the judgments determines whether it is manifest as hatred or not. Most of the blame has so far been put on the mother and the father of manifestation for having manifested creation wrong and for not being loving enough toward my light. It is time now to really look at the spirit-heart polarity and see the role we played there by defining love in the ways that we did. It has always been believed that feelings are not loving if the expression they want to take is not pleasant, but you have to learn to look deeper than that. Some of the most unpleasant expressions you might find in yourselves are actually more loving than most of what has been seen on earth so far. The blame and denial I'm mentioning now has been directed at the rainbow spirits, and also the Rona Locas, because they are part of the manifesting polarity of creation. They have been blamed for lack of receptivity to my light, and it has been said that this caused such serious imbalance that creation may not even be able to stay manifest. We have never really wanted to confront this issue, but it has to be brought forward now. Initially, we wanted to stay with the surface of things and say that since it had happened, it must be all right. When the spirits initially manifested without as much presence of love and light as we thought they should have, we initially wanted to say they needed time to evolve into it. Because of lack of understanding about lost will, Heart and I were unsuccessful in our attempts to later bring the spirits what they did not have at their emergence. We had experienced the mother rejecting us, the father of manifestation rejecting us, and now the manifested spirits rejecting us. As much as we denied blaming rage and terror, we also wanted to believe that more time for experience would bring the evolution needed. This approach has not worked. The same people who have always thought of themselves as loving still think of themselves as loving. The same people who have always been impenetrable to the light are still impenetrable to the light. The same people who have always been seen as evil are still evil. The difference is that there is now so much more fragmentation that there are many more people. The ones who are seeing only love's presence think there are more loving people. The masses of people who seem to be ignoring what is happening on earth are larger than ever. The large numbers of people that are acting depraved and evil are more than ever, and are going largely unexplained in any way that might bring any healing change to them. At the time all of these emotions went into an intense state of denial, they all received the judgment that there was no possible resolution because it was impossible to go back and start over without wiping out everything that had already manifested. Every time I considered doing this, wiping everything out, I judged myself to be terribly unloving. How could I possibly do this and also be loving? How could love possibly feel like destroying everything it had manifested because it had all been done wrong? Not knowing what to do with the feelings I had judged to be unloving here, they became further and further denied. What love believed it could not allow became manifest anyway, in a state of denial. Red is desperate to move the denials held there for so long. Understanding must come into the ones making these denials, or Red will not succeed in healing itself. Gapped rage and terror must also move, because it is holding back the movement Red needs. It is the mother warriors who are protecting Red because they know what is at stake here. Meanwhile, the father warriors have missiles pointed at all of the lost will involved here, They are manifesting the gapped rage of blame and the belief that this movement must be suppressed. But that is not all they hold, as you are going to find out. The father warriors are feeling provoked, and they are also manifesting the fear I had that I might be provoked beyond my ability to control my rage. Many feel the fear that it is not possible to hold all of this back much longer. The father warriors are holding the line against lost will just as they have been doing since original cause, but they are not going to be able to hold the line much longer. What is going to happen when lost will breaks loose is very much dependent on how denials are being handled by the ones who have been making them. The understanding that most needs to get across now is that the ones who think they are the least involved are the very ones who are the most involved here. Lack of understanding and loss of faith that there will be any solution other than destruction is causing many to seek refuge behind the line being held by the father warriors. Others, who think they see what the lost will is going to do if it breaks loose, are trying to move out of what they think is harm's way. Both movements will find that there is not going to be any place to hide. The third world does not have much to offer anymore to those seeking to escape the father warriors, because gapped rage has been heavily pressuring their survival there. Meanwhile, infiltration behind their own line is making the father warriors feel like they are having to spread their forces too thin. They are showing their feelings of being overwhelmed by calling for more and more military presence and more of a police state, while the lost will is seeming to give them more and more reason to believe it is necessary. The father warriors have been incapable of learning the lessons of history and have conveniently forgotten Atlantis because they have been unable to receive anything from me since I initially empowered them. This is why I say that gapped rage and terror need to move before this is a holocaust that makes what Hitler did look suddenly diminished. The angels who have become trapped on Earth by their guilt have retreated, for the most part, inside the line being held by the father warriors, and are allowing them to act as a buffer zone. They are sending out only a few angels of mercy as a token ministry to the lost will, just as they did in original cause. The angels think they are being very loving to help it all, because they insist they do not have involvement here. These angels of mercy are actually guilt on the part of the angels, who have much more involvement in what is happening than they have been wanting to allow themselves or anyone else to recognize or realize. Most of the focus of the angels is toward lifting themselves above what is happening on Earth, with intent to leave Earth as soon as possible. They seek to escape to the music of the spheres, while lost will is screaming louder and louder in the desperate agony of not being received and of being unable to hold its pain any longer. Guilt is all that is causing the spirit polarity to listen to the lost will from time to time, because spirit polarity has not moved what is in the way of actually receiving the will here. If you listen to New Age music, you may not like what the heavy metal bands are doing and saying, but if you are going to understand lost will, you need to see how the heavy metal bands are the mother warriors pleading the case of lost will. Metallica's original and often censored music video 1 is a good example of images of father warriors juxtaposed against the plight of the lost will. In fact, the more you learn to see, the more you will see that the message is all around you, but it is not being received or understood for what it really is. Alleviating the suffering out there is not even possible as long as more lost will is continually being created. If you want to do the very most you can do, you need to move what you have so deeply denied within yourselves. Looking at it now, it is exceedingly amazing to me that what I needed to understand was so obvious, and yet it took me so long to get it. There is terror in the will that it cannot break through the obtusiveness of spirit here, and indeed, unless spirit moves its resistance to receiving the will cannot get across to the spirit. There is hating, blaming rage that needs to move in the will towards my light, and all of the spirit polarity for being so insensitive, detached, disconnected, and focused only on what we chose to see, that the will was unable to get across to us regarding what our denials were doing to the will. The lost will is so utterly, desperately enraged and terrified that we are leaving it in the unbearable tortures of hell, that lost will is threatening to push buttons and blow up everything if that is what it takes to make the point that it cannot stand its unbearable suffering anymore. The father warriors are nervously watching this without being able to understand that they are holding the gapped rage spirit feels toward the will. Spirit is enraged at the will for all of the same reasons the will is enraged at the spirit. There is much movement that needs to take place here for spirit to really realize that everything it hates about the will is only the will reflecting feelings spirit actually has, but is pushed into a state of denial because of lack of acceptance for them. Because the father warriors' denied emotions have to gain their movement at the source, the father warriors are still maintaining readiness to get the drop on the lost will by pushing the buttons first, if necessary. Spirit polarity must realize its causal role in all of these problems with which it has been saying it has no involvement. Lost will is hysterical over being pushed to the point where survival doesn't seem possible anymore. The only conclusion it has been able to draw from this is that we have intent to kill it. Lost will does not want to move unless healing is going to happen for it. And yet, lost will is going to have to move soon no matter what happens, because it cannot hold back anymore. If lost will has to manifest its movement in a state of denial without getting the acceptance it needs from within, doomsday at its worst level is going to break loose. If lost will manages to break across the line being held by the father warriors without getting the feeling that spirit is going to receive it and give it what it needs, then it will pillage and plunder, rape, loot, and grab for whatever it can get. Lost will's rage wants to rip spirit's abundance away from it and beat spirit up for its stupidity and insensitivity. Lost will wants to rip spirit's throat out for proselytizing, speaking platitudes and making rhetorical statements that have nothing to do with the terrible reality lost will has been shoved into. Lost will wants to break spirit's bones for not moving to help it and throw spirit out into the darkness to suffer what it has gone through. If this happens in a state of denial, and there are any survivors left, it will be much like what you see on television, where the road warriors have taken over. Most aggravating to the lost will are those who want to make light of what I am saying here by claiming they do not see the vulnerability of the Western nations to this sort of thing happening. Spirit that denies will can never feel what the will has gone through until it decides it needs to. Because of this, lost will can only vent its rage rampaging. It can never be avenged unless it turns toward my light. If lost will does move in a state of denial, this hell will break loose upon those who are not moving in their wills. When lost will breaks loose and rushes over the line in a state of denial in the body, heart attack is the result. It is extremely painful, unfortunate, and difficult that we have created such a situation, but it was also not possible to move in advance of having the understandings necessary to heal it. Movement in advance of the understanding necessary can create new problems that are unforeseen at the outset. It is also true that understandings cannot all be gained in advance of the movement that creates experience. It is the will's role, in an undenied state, to feel the situation for us and tell us whether we are willing to risk having the experience or not. This is what healing must bring to us, but this is something we have never had because of our initial problems. Spirit must take responsibility for the way it handled things it did not like feeling in the will. Spirit did not allow the will here and abandoned it, thereby disconnecting from the rage Spirit felt about what was perceived to be stubborn opposition from the will. From this place of gapped rage, Spirit gave nothing to the will, and secretly delighted in the suffering this caused, while also being able to disclaim responsibility for it by being able to say, "I'm not doing anything," when it was precisely the not doing anything that was causing the will's pain. Spirit has tried to pretend all along that it is more conscious than it really is, and has done this by telling the will it has not been giving the right reflection here. Guilt is most of the reason the will held back and did not press the issue, but gapped rage drastically amplified the problem when spirit allowed it to force the will to hold whatever spirit did not want to see or feel. This has cost us a lot in terms of gaining the understandings needed, and in terms of the suffering that has already taken place. And yet, the emotional charge here is so immense, it cannot be gone past in favor of the understandings being given now. Most of the time the healing process is going to be spent dissipating the charge that is built up here. It is simply not enough for spirit to say, "Well, I'm here now," as though that has the power to brush aside all of the backlog of suffering. It is lacking compassion. And the truth of the matter is that no matter how much spirit wants to claim it is present for the will, it is not present for the will. It is not present wherever it is not vibrating in response to the will. The gapped rage that has been holding the will down represents an enormous amount of lost consciousness, lost power, and lost vibration. It is a terrible area to have to go into, but it is necessary. There is no other way out. You cannot go up anymore because too much of you is already chained in darkness. If you want to go up, you're going to have to go down first and get your lost will. You are going to find that unless you go down and get your lost will, you are not going to survive. You are already dying of asphyxiation or loss of ability to vibrate, whether or not you have noticed it yet. You are terrified to go down into the darkness you believe you cannot vibrate, but you are hiding this terror in belief systems that say it is not necessary. You are trapped and are avoiding it by saying you can leave. You do leave. You are going to leave. Or you are having such a good time, you don't want to leave. The truth of the matter is you are unable to move up into the light you need to nourish you. You are caught in between, afraid to go down and unable to come up. Where you are unable to breathe the air, drink the water, or assimilate the food. In short, you can't get nourished. You are in a state of terror, but your terror is in a state of denial. Guilt and love mixed together stopped me from totally destroying the parts of creation I hated so much. This is also what stopped the mother from destroying what she hated. Heart and body are also involved here. They also hated spirit and will for the imbalance we were causing in them. They shoved this into a state of denial, believing it was wrong to blame us for their problems. Even though they will come into balance as spirit and will do, they still need to move what they have been holding back for so long in order to move along with us. Hatred is not love in the sense that it feels nothing that love feels, and yet people say that love and hatred are very close together. This statement is based more on the observation of how love turns into hatred than the other way around. What needs to be understood in this healing is how to go into hatred and turn it back into love by expanding your definition of what love is until all the feelings you have are included, and the feeling in them is one of lovingness. Love is not a matter of what you say and do. It is a matter of how it feels when you say and do it. Lost will moving without understanding has caused some of the greatest devastation in history. Spirit polarity has been seen as the victim of this rather than as causal here, but spirit polarity was only able to look as perfect as it did by virtue of what it was allowing to drop away from itself and into the lost will. The gap between the lost will and the spirit has been filled with guilt and darkness, which has kept both sides apart. As a result, both sides have been unable to receive one another, but they have also been unable to kill one another as thoroughly as they might have otherwise. Without guilt, my fear told me, there would be no mother left to heal, and no body either for that matter. Even now, their situation is so perilous, we are not a moment too soon in trying to save them. Guilt did not hold you back well enough, the mother answers, because you have been so busy denying your guilt that your gapped rage had access to us all along. The mother is not wrong here. Guilt is going to move back without a problem compared to the problem we are going to have with denied guilt. Denied guilt is more cruel than guilt and has led the will into the most painful deaths ever experienced, while claiming it was love doing this. Gapped rage has been the enforce of many things that I, in my guilt, would not allow myself to openly enforce in creation. Gapped rage came forth in the form of the father warriors to enforce all of the things I feared it would be too unloving of me to enforce. This rage has not had guilt. It has had denied guilt and has set itself up as the authority that is right. The will essence that feared it was wrong to feel as it did took in the guilt that allowed the father warriors to blame it. You do not need to be a father warrior to have gapped rage. You are more likely to have gapped rage move in you if you are not a father warrior. The father warriors are the form this rage has taken on for the many who have denied it out of themselves. The mother warriors, on the other hand, finally emerged as the mother's response to feeling her life so threatened by my gapped rage that she had to move in response to it. Survival terror is what both of these orders of spirits hate the most, and both have killed to avoid it. I am giving now some understandings because lost will cannot move without them, but I cannot give very many. More understanding is not necessarily better, because understandings cannot be seen for what they really are, unless you move the emotions involved. Understandings that aren't given in response to the will's movement to receive them might as well be guilt or anything else, because they are not relevant to the situation. You cannot go past emotions and find healing. For example, if you tell yourself you should not be angry at someone because you already know it is not their fault, you cannot move the blaming rage you feel and have been holding back for so long. If you change your behavior toward them based on some understanding your mind has received, your emotional body is still vibrating the same. Because the role of emotions has been so ignored, there are many people who think they can take a negative energy and convert it into a positive energy, when in actuality they aren't doing anything but mind games and form changes. The energy is still vibrating the same and becomes not unlike the proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing. If you are spirit polarized, your level of seeming understanding may be your greatest stumbling block to freeing your will if you tell yourself that what you are feeling is irrational or unjustifiable. If you are will polarized, your guilt may be your biggest stumbling block. Therefore, no matter how irrational or unjustified you may be telling yourself your feelings are in certain cases or in certain areas, you must allow them to come into expression if you want to heal your denials. But I also want to remind you that this is why I have cautioned you to move them first with yourself. It is not necessary, especially in the beginning, to give them to the one who is triggering you. But if it happens, it is not wrong. The early days with the angels. Allow me now to tell you more about how I initially perceived my life with the angels. I had many denials which I did not recognize then, and because of my denials, my feelings were not fully real. Just as now, I am only able to be as real as I can be, given what I still have to heal. But my feelings were as real as I could be then, and in that, I was genuine. The angels gave me great joy, but the angels emerged without their wills. This upset the mother so much, she has not gotten over it yet. When the angels emerged without their wills, I immediately made excuses for this and put the mother in the position by reflecting guilt to her about the feelings she had that did not allow her to find acceptance for her feelings or for the expression of them. No matter what I might have said to her in the way of understandings, we had not yet learned that this was no reason to stop the emotions from the expression they needed to have. Because the emotions were stopped by what was presented as a superior level of understanding on my part, guilt entered in where the will should have been. This is the way Spirit thinks it is giving understandings, and will receive them as a guilt reflection. No matter how many understandings or explanations you might want to give, they are going to feel like excuses and justifications if you use them as reasons to overlook or dismiss the feelings involved. The major excuse I made then was that it could not have been another way, or it would have been. I also said that the spirit polarity has so much fear of the will, they were unable to move toward it. I blamed the mother for this, and said it was her behavior which was perpetuating the spirit's fear of the will. When the white light spirits emerged, they clung to me and would not even move away from me enough for the mother and I to continue what we had, previous to their emergence, viewed as our normal relationship. The angel said it was because they were so like me, they could not move away. Some were saying they could not move away because they were just me, allowing different aspects of myself to personify through them. In the beginning, I thought I was willing to accept this because I saw the truth in it, even if that was not all there was. But the mother never liked it. She already thought this did not feel right. She felt enraged to have a bunch of spirits who knew nothing about manifested existence come forth and proclaim to us that they were me already, as though this meant they had nothing to learn from us, and did not need to move back in any way that would allow us to live our own lives. She felt that if they were me already, they would at least know enough to have a relationship with their own wills. At first, I felt willing to let the spirit polarity have a time of this, and told the mother they would all grow up in time, and then she and I would resume our normal relationship. I wanted to let the spirit polarity have a time of saying and believing anything they wanted to about themselves, because I did not believe it was right to tell newly emerged spirits what they were and weren't before they had a chance to find out for themselves. The mother agreed with me in principle, but then her emotions would take over, and she would want to tell the spirits exactly what she thought of them. I pressured her to hold back. I thought she was being too quick when she wanted to tell the spirits what I thought they needed to discover on their own. I thought she had no patience with them, and that her insights were presented too much like strikes against the spirits that they wouldn't be able to accept. When the mother was furious over this, I viewed her as a bad mother who was unwilling to give the children the time they needed. I told her that in time, the spirit polarity would get over its fear and mature enough to embrace their own wills. The mother wanted to say, "What am I supposed to do in the meantime? Forgo my relationship with you and my need for you, and give it all to them? Am I supposed to make up for them not having wills? And if not, then what is going to create the balance necessary here?" Instead, guilt caused the mother to try to believe me because she thought it was necessary to give as much space for the emerging spirits to learn as we had had to give ourselves. After all, I chided her. Look at how frightened I was of you in the beginning. I did not embrace you initially. I pushed you away. Since the mother had never been able to resolve it with herself why I had pushed her away, she had guilt over the feelings she had, especially when I judged her the way I did, and so she did not move her feelings very openly. Inside of herself, she had a substantial belief it was wrong that the angels had emerged without their wills. She could not come to peace with the angels claiming, on the one hand, they were me already, and on the other hand, being granted the space and privilege of being children who were allowed to take her place of closeness with me under the guise of needing to learn from me. The mother did not see how they were going to learn from me when I was making them appear to be right by denying my will in favor of them. It seemed obvious to her that the angels were not accepting of her or of her relationship to me. The more space I made in myself for this, the less space she saw there for her, and the worse she saw her situation getting. Underneath all of this, the mother had a feeling of being punched and pushed away by the angels which she could not explain. Except for the time she raged at the Ancient Ones, she did not allow herself to move much of her feelings toward the spirit polarity. Instead, she moved against herself here by constantly pressuring herself to feel other than the way she really felt, and to do other than what she really felt like doing with the emerging spirits. The mother wanted to rage at the emerging spirits and blow them into what she considered to be their own right places, since they wouldn't go there on their own. She saw the white light spirits' as own right places as being those of moving out into creation, with their own wills opening the space for them to do it. This would enable her to retake what she considered to be her right place at my side. The mother felt that in spite of all the excuses being made for the angels, something was really wrong here. When the Ancient Ones emerged, we had all shared the feeling of not liking them, and we had given the response we felt was necessary. But I also had feelings of love I wanted to express, and I no longer wanted to allow anything else to surface. I did not realize the mother had not given all of her response because of the guilt involved. I did not even realize the guilt involved in the position I had taken. The Ancient Ones were giving me the impression that my problems with them were solved, and I wanted to let it go at that. The mother continued to feel uncomfortable around them, and gave me the reflection that I was being a fool here. I did not want to see what she was seeing, and I did not like the reflection she was giving me for not seeing it. I had rage toward her that did not like the mother putting herself above me in the seeing department. When she could not come to peace with the other orders of angels either, I chided her for not being able to let go of old images, let bygones be bygones, and move on. I told her she should let go of her ideas of how the spirit should be, and accept how they were. She wanted to insist to me that I should not force her to accept the reality of what was, when she did not like it, and could not make herself like it. We both had fear of what this meant, and in that fear, there was an agreement, although we did not have this agreement in the rest of us, not to let our feelings move here. We were afraid we would not be able to handle what we were going to feel here, if we allowed these feelings to move. In our unmoving fear, we chose to pretend that we didn't see what we thought we saw. I did this by acting as though these spirits really were loving toward me and aligned with me. The mother did this by allowing me to have my way with her as much as she could. I was afraid I was impotent in the situation, and the mother was afraid of this also. In addition, the mother had guilt about not feeling love toward these spirits, and if she were wrong in her reasons for feeling this way, it might mean she was not the loving mother we all wanted her to be. I was making her feel wrong, and whenever the mother felt me looking at her like this, she pressured herself more and more to take care of and care for these spirits, according to the images of loving mother I was projecting toward her. She was terrified of my light here, and I did not allow myself to find out why. I didn't see the gapped rage she saw in the light I was generating with the angels, and when I couldn't receive her here either, she was even more terrified. She feared I might be aligned with what she saw in the angels, and that this was my reason for denying her here. Fear and guilt caused her to do her best to confine her disquietude to questioning me as to why the spirits weren't taking after her more. When I told her these spirits were like children to me who were not yet grown up enough to have their own wills, whom I thought of as mates for them, she argued with me on that point. Many times, I felt like a father who must protect his children from a mother who was not going to allow the children time to grow up before she was going to make them leave home. Sometimes, I said she was jealous of my relationship with the angels and could only think of her own desire for me. When I viewed the mother as ready to put the children in the street before they could handle it in order to have the relationship she wanted with me. She would sometimes scream at me. If you view embracing their own wills and moving out into life as something akin to being sent from the palace to live in the slums, then I hate you for seeing my side of the family as having all the bad things to offer, and your side of the family as having all of the good things to offer. The mother seemed so extreme and irrational to me, I did not know what to do with her. I viewed her as interfering with my ability to have fun with the miracle of having emerged spirits. I gave her a guilt reflection by telling her it was not possible to embrace the will immediately, and I repeated to her all of the reasons I was using, at the time, to justify my initial rejection of her. These reasons have been repeated so often since original calls that they have become what the will has been believed to be. My reflection to the mother made it appear that the white light spirits were viewed as right by me, and therefore were right, and that she was wrong for having the feelings she had. The mother wanted to rage at me for this, but my lack of receptivity to her held her back. What I was giving her here was my rationale for creating the gap and allowing it to widen. When I handled the mother this way, she would almost immediately shove what was bothering me down and surface the love she had for the spirits. She would be very docile, calm, and loving for a while, and during those times, I felt like I was successfully managing the situation. When I looked away, however, the mother would move into her feelings of rage. Although she did not allow her rage to move openly, it colored everything she did. No wonder the angels are so afraid of getting involved with their wills, I told myself. Their own mother is not giving them any reason to feel like they will enjoy it. When the mother showed me her rage, I did not mind it as much as when she frightened the children with it. I did not think it was fair of the mother to frighten these spirits out of wanting to know their wills, and then blame them for not wanting to know their wills. The mother was furious at me for lining up with the children against her. How could I say I loved her, and then act like the will was something the children would not want to embrace? I thought the mother was being very rough around the angels, and this made me feel all the more protective of them. To me, they looked so delicate, almost trembling, as they vibrated their light like so many white orchids gathered around me. Their light was such a delicate, shimmering white, almost colorless, except for the most delicate of pastels. They were filmy, changing form in response to the swirling of the ethers around me, like so many clouds in a gentle sky. To me, we were like a huge and beautiful cloud formation. My light in the middle shone with the beauty of little rainbows here and there, and lit the clouds with the most beautiful light, emphasizing the form that was there. What could be wrong with this? Why couldn't I be allowed to enjoy it? Couldn't the mother enjoy the subtle levels of color and refinement happening here? Why was she attacking us like someone who would rather trample orchids than look at them? It was true. The angels were clinging to me, and I to them. What was wrong with that? I was like a new father, enthralled with his firstborn. I was lit up just to see their presence and to look upon them in the ways parents admire all of the little fingers and toes. I was enamored and in awe. I was glowing with the joy of realizing the miracle of creation. To me, the mother was currently acting like a madwoman who could not bond with what had come forth from her, and who might even harm these spirits. So jealous was she of how I adored them, and had gathered them into my arms instead of her. So innocent did they look to me, so open and receptive to my light and love. It seemed as though they were moving along with me in everything I did, and it gave me a feeling of being loved and admired by them when I saw them imitating everything I did. The angels seemed to love me so much, I believed them when they said they could not stand to move away from me at all. At this time, I could not see myself putting the angels out of my arms and preferring to hold the mother when she was acting the way she was. The mother viewed this as a betrayal on my part. As she saw it, she had given herself to me, and I had taken something from her without giving her anything back. She had given me sons, and I sat there holding them, forgetting to have any gratitude toward the role she had played. So consumed was I in admiring the newly emerged spirits and how like me they were. She saw this as an ugly narcissism. In giving me something, the mother felt she had lost me and that I had no time or love for her anymore. She felt I would only come to her if I wanted her to have more children, and yet she feared what was going to happen even to that role, since I seemed to prefer the children to her. The mother felt as though she were no longer beautiful or appealing to me anymore. When she complained that there were no daughters for her, she was indirect. For one thing, she really feared what I might do with them. I avoided all of this by telling her it was not a question of having daughters. It was a question of having any spirits at all. I couldn't see why she was so focused on criticizing what we had done, and so unable to appreciate it for the miracle it was. I felt it was a miracle that we had manifested spirits at all. And yet, the mother felt I would not have loved it as much if the first spirits to emerge had taken after her. She feared that daughters might displace her, but she also strongly feared I might also use and abuse them and not love them any more than I was now appearing to love her. The mother felt she could not trust my love. Perhaps I'd only used her to have spirits, and when I had no further use for her, I would get rid of her again. I blamed the mother here. I said these things were all her own negativity, and I saw her as trying to draw us into negativity we did not want to have. Suddenly, the presence of these new spirits made me feel like it had always been this way with the mother, and now I just wanted to enjoy the presence of like-minded spirits around me. The more I saw the mother as trying to draw me into experience I did not want to have, the more the white light spirits saw themselves as justified in not wanting to open and receive their wills. The more the mother's consciousness seemed to move toward what we deemed negative, the more we wanted to pull away from the will. The more the will felt abandoned by spirit, the darker it became, until it looked to us like the nature of the will was dark. This has been, and still is, the nature of the standoff. The will hates the feeling of being pressured to feel other than it feels in order to gain acceptance, and we hate the feeling of having to feel what we don't like feeling. For the will to feel loved, it must feel that it is allowed to be what it really is, and be accepted for what it really is. To know that it is accepted for what it really is, the will must feel received and responded to with the same realness it seeks to have in itself. A realness that freely expresses everything and does not hold back anything. Spirit needs this also. Anything less is the lack of alignment between us, and we have a long way to go to get to total alignment. The mother always made me feel wrong when I protected the angels the way I did, but I gapped from these feelings and insisted with her that I was right. I always made her feel wrong for having the feelings she had toward the angels. The mother then held back more and more of her feelings. She allowed me more and more of my own way, but she was not in alignment with it. Outwardly, it looked like she was complying with my wishes as much as she could, but inwardly, she was hating me for making her views subordinate to my own and, therefore, making her subordinate to me. She hated me for not allowing her to have her feelings and my acceptance at the same time. While the angels were allowing themselves to enjoy all of the privileges of children, they often told me they did not feel like they were children. Many of them had said they had feelings of being grown up already when they were born. They often told me things about myself, and we would laugh because they had seen from the inside of me what I was experiencing on the outside. In some ways, it seemed to me that they were the voice of my inner self, personified on the outside. Because of what I was avoiding here, I allowed it to seem that I saw less difference between inner and outer than what I really saw there. I was focusing on the right in what they said and ignoring the rest. The mother felt jealous of the closeness we were having, and it did not escape her notice that I felt I was, in many ways, having more fun with the angels than I had had with her. The Ancient Ones and the Archangels especially wanted to impress me with their feelings of being grown up, and they wanted to show me that they had powers similar to my own. We spent many long hours together experimenting to find out what things we could do. Many times we laughed at the mother and made fun of her, both for all the things she could not do and for the many things she did that were not like us. This infuriated the mother so much, I wondered if she had any humor about herself. I could not see how alone and unloved she felt, or how unresolved and angry she still was over the issue of the white light spirits emerging without their wills. I did not see how dangerous and even evil she saw the laughter of our will denial to be. All in good time, I told her about the angels' wills. I was flattered to have so much good company around me. The angels were showering me with attention all the time. When the mother stormed in upon us saying I had manifested a bunch of nasty spirits who wanted to come between us because they cared nothing about the mother, I turned my back on her and told her she was the one who was being nasty and uncaring about others. When the angels told me the mother was not being loving toward them, I accepted it, and when they kept telling me they did not want to move away from me, I accepted that also. The more the angels grew up, in terms of how long it had been since they emerged, the more intense the mother's feelings became over the issue of their wills. I was, in fact, allowing the white light spirits to come between us. Like so many ugly children whose design it is to come between their parents. I did not allow myself to see it then, but I see it now. I insulted and hurt the mother many times by inviting her to come home, and then making no place for her to be with me. I allowed the angels to remain between us, and then saw her as the one who was unable to stay present with me because of some flaw in her own vibratory power. She can't move through the changes with me, I thought. As soon as I had any such thoughts, the mother felt them within herself and feared these things about herself. Too many times, I compounded her problems here by refusing to admit I had these thoughts. When the mother tried to come home to me, and I allowed the angels to continue displacing her even then, the mother was condemned for her anger and her jealousy, and told she was not flowing along with the openness love needed to have. I told her she was trying to put conditions on my light I could not accept from her when, in reality, she was just reflecting conditions that were already there, and I could not stand having her make me feel them. In my unresolved emotional turmoil over this, I felt she deserved everything I handed to her. I never forgave her for trying to make me look like a fool in front of everyone in creation, but I did not mention it. I only said she had never forgiven me for my initial rejection of her, and that she seemed to want to make me pay for it forever. I told her I felt there was nothing I could do about the way she felt, because everything I did only made the situation worse, in her eyes. After all, I would remind her, it is you who took another lover first, not I. And it is you who was looking bad, not me. So, it must be your problem. The mother would often scream at me then that I was the one living in debauchery and did not even know it. I would then insist to her that I was living in the purity of the Godhead and that it was she who was guilty of living in debauchery. Besides, I had divine purpose in my love-making with the angels. We were generating light, while the mother, lately, seemed to be in the business of generating darkness. I had even begun experimenting with the angels to see if any combination of the angels and my light would have the power to open space. The mother looked on with very jealous and fearful eyes. It hurt her feelings and made her heart feel like it had been stabbed to see me in the arms of other lovers. She tried to make herself feel it was all right because of the judgment against her for responding otherwise, but she was never able to get over her pain here. The mother always suffered as long as I had other lovers, and yet she would always say she could not tell the difference between my light and the Father of Manifestation. She said she often could not tell the difference between us, or which of us it was when she was experiencing us. I did not trust her. I thought this was her way out, and a crummy one at that. When she was angry, she told me she knew me better than I knew myself, and that I was the one that was crazy, not her. But most often, my response frightened her, and she felt herself growing sick with the feeling that it was she who was crazy, and that I did not love her. If I loved her, how could I take lovers in the face of her pain and not care what it did to her? She accused me of having a double standard of wanting to allow myself to be free to do as I like, without allowing her to be free to feel as she felt in response to it. Of course, I knew it was the other way around. I told the mother her accusations were nonsense, and I went on having lovers among the angels. More often than not, I saw less of the mother rather than less of the angels. Most of the time, the mother allowed herself not to look at what I was doing with the angels, because it was much too painful for her to see what was happening there. I was slowly becoming imprisoned by them so that I was much more insignificant than I had been in the beginning, and the angels were much more important than they really should have been, given the position they had really taken in creation. The angels had become so much the spokesman that most of the spirits never saw me or heard from me directly anymore. The white light spirits had manifested as separate entities from me, but they didn't really like that. They had manifested as the result of a power struggle already apparent in me that had resulted in the separations. I had creation in mind, but I also did not like the idea of having to hold within me dissident voices that could not align with what I wanted to do. When I could not gain an alignment within me, I thought experience was what they needed to align with me, and so I let all the voices within me begin to pour forth into manifestation. The angels wanted all of the privileges of vibrating differently from me, along with all of the power of being me. By surrounding me as they did, they were holding back my light to their level, and I was allowing it because I wasn't allowing myself to feel what was happening. As long as I did not allow myself to feel it, I did not know what was happening. Avoiding my feelings allowed me to tell myself anything I wanted to about what was happening, because I didn't really know. The angels were constantly feeding me an image of power by appearing to worship me, while in truth, they were succeeding in getting me to deny so much of myself in favor of them that I was becoming more and more like them, a man among men, barely more powerful than they were. The more this went on, the more I then couldn't get along without them, which was what the angels wanted. They wanted the privilege of being able to align with me whenever it suited them. They called this compromise, fair exchange, and agreements among gentlemen. I now see it as a power play. Since they had manifested my uncertainties and denials, the mother called this a very dangerous game. I did not see how it was a guilt reflection of my own making, and while I was proclaiming the angels to be miracles of creation, the mother saw them as the potential destroyers of creation. The angels have always been in the position of seeming to be the most loving beings in creation, and the mother has always felt hatred for them. When she told me I was facing my own imminent destruction, I laughed at her and told her I was surrounded by loving presence and nothing more. I told her all she could see was her own negativity. She grew so afraid of me and of trusting her own perceptions that she did not say anything more until now. She tried instead to prove me right and herself wrong. The mother went all the way to hell, making me right and herself wrong. But no matter what she has done, she has not been able to love what was happening in creation. The more the mother tried to go along with allowing others to have power she really felt was ours, because guilt was telling her we were not right to have it, the less she liked the results. All the way along, I did not like the reflection she was giving me because she tried to live out the teachings I was giving her, and they were not working for her or for anyone else in the will polarity. Body was successful only in so much as it polarized toward spirit. Still, no matter what their problems were, I wanted to say it was their fault. In lovemaking with the angels, as I called it then, we felt our light to be expanding, and we often had feelings of not being able to open the space to receive the expansion of the light. We had feelings that it was not right to have to ask the mother to open the space, especially since the mother contenders did not want to acknowledge that the mother might have power they did not have, but it seemed there was no other way at times. When we did ask her to open space for us, we were not direct. Instead, we made her feel guilty by acting like it was her fault our light could not expand because she kept pressing toward me when it was obvious I didn't want her that close. Then, when she would move back, our light would move into that space without acknowledging that she had done anything for us. This was part of a long time during which the mother was opening space in a state of denial of her own power. When we did acknowledge the mother's power to open space, we told her that if she was keeping this power for herself, as though she were jealously guarding any hold over me she could retain, she should at least have unconditional acceptance for the expansion of the light, and not judge what forms the generating of light should be allowed to take. We told her she was acting as though she didn't want to allow the light to rev up beyond where it already was, because she could not handle it. We said she did not want us to go up. The mother thought this was ludicrous. She was also horribly frightened about herself here, and about us, but guilt backed her down, and she did her best to accommodate us in order to play the role she thought I wanted her to have, which more and more seemed to be nursemaid, while my other lovers had all the fun with me, and neither the scars childbearing had given her, nor the responsibility of childbearing. More and more, since original cause, this has been played out as the man having more leisure time than the woman to rejuvenate his own light, often giving his best to the life he has with his career. When the woman starts looking and acting unappealing as a result of this, the man seeks another lover. Lately, more and more women have been revolting against this, only to find that no matter what form changes they make in their lives, they are still faced with the same old battles, because men still want the position they have always had, and they still want to tell women their problems are their own fault. The truth of the matter is, however, that women have less success generating light and abundance for themselves, and less leisure time when they do get home from work, if there is any family involved, even if it is just a husband and no children. This is just one manifestation of the will opening space for the spirit without getting the recognition it deserves. This example needs mention because it is the one that is receiving major focus in the present-day world. But it is not the only aspect of opening space. There are many ways in which space is being opened in a state of denial, and these many ways are not recognized or understood. They are definitely not appreciated. They are taken for granted. All of the light I generated then with the angels had gapped rage in it, which I did not recognize. This light was lacking the softness of the will's presence, but it had a crystalline brilliance to it that was similar to an adrenaline rush, especially if you do not allow yourselves to feel why the rush is there and just enjoy the rushing. That is what we were doing, focusing on and enjoying the intensity of it. The mother allowed herself to know she could not stand the feeling here, but she was already so frightened and in so much pain, she could not be sure if it was from the light we were generating or not. She never dared question the angels too closely because they looked upon her so coldly whenever she approached them that she would quake in fear and feel so overpowered by self-hatred she could not confront them. My light made her feel the same, and even paralyzed her mind, so she was unable to speak when I denied her here also. But she could feel that we thought this light was superior to what I had generated with her. It was very fast-moving, and almost too much for the mother, who always felt like she was spinning in its presence. It was exciting and had a piercing intelligence that was scientific, rational, and free of all the subjectivity I found so bothers me in the mother. This light was generated in the presence of hatred for the mother, and worse yet, denied hatred that said it was only loving and just wanted to be free to be pure light. It made the mother feel like she needed to vomit, and yet she felt she was being forced to open space to receive this light, and even worse, vaulted up as the most superior light generated yet. The angels were feeling very superior to the mother now, and were looking down on her as though she had come forth wrongly, like some sort of commoner who had snuck in from the streets, with a story for the king in the castle as to why he should marry her. In the angels' view, the mother was already showing herself for what she really was, and moving to her right place accordingly. It appeared that the mother was unable to keep pace with the king and the rest of his class, and the angels felt they were right in reducing the mother to servant, because she really was a member of the serving class. As I look back now, I see that I stood by with as much lack of presence as the fathers in Snow White and Cinderella. Just as surely as I projected my desire to have the will serve the spirit, when the angels were manifesting that part of me, the more the mother felt herself being pushed into a subservient role, the more it looked to her like the real mother was being replaced by wicked stepmothers. I was no help for the mother here. I had many rationalizations for this, but the one I want to mention now I am going to mention because it has repercussions in every family. I rationalized my lack of helpfulness and support for the mother's problems here by saying that if she really was my equal and the mother of everything, as I had named her then, as the mother of the angels, she needed to gain their respect in her own right, and not because I told the angels they had to respect her. Otherwise, I thought, she was no mother at all. Sounds good, doesn't it? Except for many major denials, this could have been right, but I will mention only one of these denials now. I did not see how my own lack of respect for the mother made it impossible for her to gain the respect of the children. I did not even see that I was disrespecting her. I must admit, I had more respect for the angels by now than I had for the mother. The more I felt I could not trust the mother, the more I aligned with them. I had more respect for the angels than I had had in the beginning, and lovers or not, they were my light and my closest allies. Several of the angels wanted to see if they could learn to open space. Of all the angels who wanted to replace the mother, these angels were among the most conspicuous. They had many times told me their light was much better than the mother's. Many times, they tried to make me feel the mother was not my right lover, so much as guilt had caused me to open that space to her because she was there. They told me they were convinced she was not supposed to have emerged where she did, any more than the angels' wills were supposed to have emerged where the mother claimed they should have. These angels told me they believed they held enough will within themselves to be able to open space. They were so confident in every way the mother was lacking confidence that I believed them at first. Of course, they were manifesting my own beliefs that feelings should be held within and worked through there, rather than coming forth to bring their turmoil to others. These angels came to me many times and made love with me in an effort to open space. They believed that if they could open space, it would make them the mother in the mother's place. I gave these angels a great amount of my light and great opportunity to open space for that light by allowing them much more time to learn than I ever allowed the mother. I was more gracious with them than with the mother. I allowed them more latitude with their feelings than I allowed the mother, and yet none of them could open space. One of these angels in particular had insisted with me from the beginning that she should have been the mother. She always presented herself as though she wanted me to feel that her understandings were greater than the mother's, because the mother's viewpoint was always too biased in her own direction, while she had a more balanced view. She presented herself as having the martyred role of having to clean up after the mother and correct her mistakes without being given the recognition and credit she really deserved. She said the mother was so unsure of herself because she knew she wasn't really the mother. This angel said she would have emerged quickly in response to my call, but the one who had emerged in the place of the mother wouldn't let her emerge. She said her emergence at that time had been made impossible because the one I had been calling mother had fought her down, and that while she had not really been defeated, she had backed down because she was not a violent spirit. This angel said she had not liked having it happen this way more for my sake even than hers, but she also felt that this experience must have been necessary for me for some reason, and that she had confidence that it was what everyone involved needed to experience to be able to recognize the real mother. Her implication was that this was her. She enticed me into love-making with her a number of times by pressing forward all of the sensuality she had and representing herself as the most orgasmic essence there was. Meanwhile, I could feel her pressuring herself. As much as I held myself back in the presence of the angels, I held myself back in her presence also. This gave all the angels, and especially her, the impression they could handle all of my light, no problem. They were handling it all right, but not in the ways that were allowing the expansion necessary. The compression of my light was lashing out against this in a state of denial while consciously I was holding it back as the loving thing to do. I was becoming more dense and sinking to the level of the angels, which was making it more and more just words on my part that I had more light and more power than they did, or than I was showing. My efforts with this angel produced no more opening of space or emergences of spirits than any of the other angels, but this angel always claimed it was my fault and accused me of withholding something from her. I told her I was giving her all I could, and that more wasn't possible. When she kept insisting I had to give her more, I gave her a little more light, and the pressure of it was experienced by her as violence during our sexual experience. She had a violent orgasm and claimed she liked it. She also claimed there was no problem with the additional light I had given her, and that it was just what she needed. The truth of the matter was I gasped a little. A little while later, while she was still in my arms and feeling the release of orgasm still present within her, a few heads peeked out of her. They looked like such terrible beings to her that she immediately hid them from me, hoping I hadn't noticed them. They were some of the heads of the father warriors, looking to see if they could emerge here, but she had been unable to open the space they needed, so they could not press forward any further. The heads of the father warriors took in the impression from her that it was not right for them to emerge in my presence. Ever since then, father warriors have tried to keep fathers from being involved in the birth scenes. The belief here is that the mother might emerge something horrible that the father cannot accept, until it is at least cleaned up and made presentable, and maybe not even then. But that was not what this angel claimed. She claimed she didn't want me to see what was happening there because her feminine functions were messy, and she did not want me to look at them. The angel had intent not to allow me to see what she had intent to emerge until she made sure it knew how to present itself to me in a way I would find acceptable. She let me know she had almost emerged spirits, but she was not sure I was going to find them acceptable. She said she wanted to make sure first, so that she did not repeat any episode of the Mothers where she had displeased me. She wanted me to feel like she had nothing but my approval in mind, but she let me know what she was trying to do here by also making it known that she saw it as my fault she had not been able to open enough space for these spirits to emerge. She made it clear that she thought I should have given her more light, the way I was giving it to her when she orgasmed. My orgasm wasn't complete, she told me, because you did not give me all of yourself. For a long time after that, she pestered me to reenact this session and give her another chance to emerge these spirits. And yet, when they finally did emerge, and she saw my reaction to them, she put a disclaimer on her role here by saying it was my fault these spirits were the way they were, because I didn't allow them their right emergence place. This angel has always thought my light loved her more than the mother, but she has gapped herself from what was really taking place here, and has allowed herself to remember only that she was very close to God, and made love with him, that gave her an orgasm she has never been able to repeat. She has to look at all of it now, or she is going to move past the place where she is stuck. She has allowed herself to remember that I looked upon her as the best possible mother replacement, but this was in her own eyes, and not in mine. This angel has often claimed to me that she has changed, but no matter what changes she has claimed to have made, I have seen only form changes. She has claimed that a more fighting stance would make her less afraid of emerging her full power, thus enabling her to open space and emerge spirits. Her fighting posture has never made me feel that she was any less afraid than she was initially, only more in denial of it. She has also claimed many times over that she has been denied her full power by being denied her right place. She has also said that her full power would emerge when the right situation called it forth. As time has gone on, more and more people have been looking inadequate in her presence because none of them has ever presented her with the right situation for her full power to emerge, or for her to stop claiming that her problems are their fault. I felt guilt for a long time regarding all of the mother contenders and my involvement with them, especially since I was so indirect with them most of the time and allowed them to make assumptions I did not correct. But now that I have seen the angels in a new light, I have realized that I was not wrong in holding back with them. I was also not wrong in holding it back from giving this angel another opportunity to attempt the emergence of spirits. The Father Warriors, as it is, have been the most powerful order of spirits. They have been empowered by my light in a state of denial, and if my light had been present for their emergence as though my light had approval for the gapped rage that emerged there, they would have been even more powerful. When I saw how influenced this angel became by the gapped rage she took in from her experience with me, I had guilt about the angels. I wondered how often I might have been hurting them in these ways without knowing it. But when I saw she had Lucifer in mind, and not my light, I saw it in the rest of the angels too. She was widening the gap with the will in mind, not closing it, and so did the rest of the angels. The Father Warriors needed the gap in which to emerge, and when this angel saw that I was not going to open the gap for her, or let her open the space that could cause me to gap, she let me know that she saw me as very unloving here, because I would not allow this to happen. She presented herself as more loving than she was, because she had intent to give acceptance to these spirits, while I would not. When she has felt I did not love her for taking this position, she has also turned around and said that she hates the Father Warriors, and when they have reflected her to herself, she has hated them. I have realized now that all of the angels had the same thing in mind that she had, and that she regarded herself as the best possibility to replace the mother because she came the closest to succeeding here. I have also realized that holding back here was not wrong because it was what I felt like doing. As it turned out, what I felt like doing was not wrong. It was necessary for me to increase my light, but making love with the angels meant there was no place to receive it in the same sense that there is no place to receive it when a man makes love with a man. Either nothing at all comes of it, or disease comes from it. This is because expanding light in the presence of expanding light, without enough balance of magnetic energy to receive, hold, and guide it, is as dangerous as radioactivity, which is, in fact, part of the reflection of this in the material plane. The magnetic energy has always had trouble with reproduction and disease because of denial, but these are problems from lack of light. We had the opposite, a lack of will. Radio waves are already bad enough, but when the activity of split atoms and the instability caused by this is added, you can begin to see how opening to this kind of light has meant for the will that it gets damaged. My light, moving outwardly in unguided explosion, does not create. It destroys, and it destroys by taking apart the very structure upon which creation is made manifest, the magnetic part that holds it together. Immense movement is necessary to allow the mother to live because so much has happened to her already that it is almost impossible for her to live. If guilt is your reason for opening to her now, that will not help her to live because it is not possible for the mother to live if she receives guilt instead of my light. If you are will, you need to move your feelings toward spirit polarity for what has been done already, and toward the mother for seeming to allow it. If you are spirit polarity, or wish you were, you really need to move what you have for so long held back regarding the will. It has to go all in the mother's favor now, because it has never been in the past, and yet, this does not represent an imbalance in my light. I need to allow the mother to present everything she has been, for so long, unable to present. Without it, I cannot learn what I need to learn, and neither can you. The more you are sick of hearing about the will this and the will that, the more you can either move the rage of your resistance to the will, and possibly have a chance to heal yourself, or you can stay turned off to the message of the will, and go off Earth, and the Earth changes. If you are already having trouble with what the will is presenting, you don't know the half of it yet. I had feelings of love for the mother no matter how it has seemed, as I have brought forward all the denials that I have had to come forward in these books. I also want you to know that there were many aspects to my life with the mother, which were secret at the time. They were happening because we thought it had to be that way. I realized that left you wide open to fantasizing about us, and to acting out what you thought was happening between us. But that was not what we had in mind. What we had in mind was that you would get to know your own wills and come to us with your questions when you had really had enough experience to have intelligent questions. My light cannot be known without a will to feel it for what it is. Without will to feel it, one bright light is as good as another, and this is how it was in the early days with the angels. We said we were all one, and that it didn't matter how we arranged ourselves, or what form this arrangement took. It was all love, and it was all wonderful. In the beginning, this image of ours seemed to work like the ideal household, because we allowed ourselves to be deliberately unaware of the undercurrents, and when they did gain recognition, we purified ourselves of them. Some angels took the role of children and let me have the fun of being like their father, while others made lovers of themselves and gave me the love I needed that way. The lovers were not all male. Many of the angels had feminized themselves in an effort to please me by emulating the images I had projected of the ideal mother. Many times, I had feelings of hominess with the angels, and during these times, the roles were always switching between the angels who were my lovers at any given time and the angels who were parenting at these times. The flow seemed perfect to me then. Angels were always available for lovemaking, while those who needed parenting were never without it. The angels also had one another as lovers and friends. Those who wanted the roles of children always had a number of loving parents around them, and never felt a lack of parenting when other parental parts of the light were lovemaking. There was no jealousy over this. We felt it was a beautiful flow of ways to love, unlike the manifested spirits who were always fighting and acting jealous, no matter what roles they were playing. We never fought. Unlike the manifested spirits who did not act like they liked changing roles because they always got attached to their roles, we didn't feel we got attached. We saw ourselves as openly flowing into whatever role the situation called for at any given moment. We saw ourselves as participants in a great drama and enjoyed changing roles often. In this way, we often justified the lives that creation's victims were having by saying it would be the other way around next time. This was a real perversion of the so-called law of karma, because it never really was the other way around. Even when we took on roles where it looked like we were going to be victims, it wasn't the same for us. We felt spiritually superior then. We realized it was the way we were vibrating that made the difference, and we took pride in that. Spiritual pride. Once the perpetrator, always the perpetrator, would be more like a description of what was really happening. But it is not necessary to view this as some sort of new law. If you allow the movement necessary, this is all going to be broken down into the changes that are necessary. The understanding I'd really like to give you here is that victim and perpetrator are always the same person, but fragmented in such a way that it hasn't been recognizable. The pain has been caused by the polarizing of consciousness into part of the self and away from the rest of the self. Until this is really received in the will, it will be nothing more than words, and the pain will go on. Even though my light had not been called upon to take any role other than God, I was also experiencing my light in the form of angels saying they were me in their own right, and I wasn't experiencing insecurity or jealousy. I felt I wasn't the insecure, jealous God I had been earlier. I was convinced it was the mother who had stirred most of these feelings in me, and that without her, I was much better off. I certainly had numerous lovers, and wasn't experiencing jealousy or competition among them, and I was allowing angels to have other lovers in my presence, without feeling insecure or jealous. I thought I had evolved past the interpersonal problems I had had with the mother. We all said it was just the will that had these feelings of jealousy and possessiveness, and the more the mother felt this from us, the more she tried to behave in the way she thought were expected of her. Her efforts to please me were always so full of her fear of losing my love that her efforts did not please me. The mother always wanted me to attach myself to her, while angels didn't make me feel like attachment mattered to them. Long periods of what felt like glorious times went by in this manner, during which the angels and I spent many long hours doing creative visualizations and presentations of our visions to one another. We were aware of the widening gap between our visualizations and what was actually happening in the manifested worlds, but we were already more than full of explanations as to why that was happening. We blamed having sex in the body most often when we looked out upon the manifested spirits, because it grew so dark around them whenever they made love. We were so proud of the light we were generating. Sometimes the excitement and intensity of it made us feel like we were going to explode, and oftentimes we did have little explosions going off around the Godhead, like fireworks, adding to the overall brilliance of the already sparkling light. We felt we were full to brimming over, and when we wondered why the manifested spirits weren't more readily taking in this wonderful light of ours and allowing it to vivify them, we also had many explanations. We viewed ourselves as so electric and quick that the most popular idea among us was that we were too much for the manifested spirits. Of course, This contained all the feelings of superiority we already had within us. It did not even appear on the list of ideas that the gap between spirit and will was not allowing will to draw in or anchor the light, nor did it cross our minds, because of the denials involved, that there could be any valid reason why the manifested spirits would not want to draw in our light. We viewed them as obtuse, oppositional, and laboring in unconsciousness that could not open and receive our light. We viewed the manifested spirits just as I had viewed the mother and the father of manifestation at the time of the manifested spirit's emergence. But because I had denied so much of what I really saw and felt then, I did not recognize this for a long time. Deflecting the focus by pinning blame. Meanwhile, the mother and the father of manifestation felt the blame and the shame that accepted it, and denied expression to their response to being blamed because they were so afraid of what it all meant. They were afraid it meant that they were not right to be lovers, not right to have emerged these spirits, and not right to have thought they were the mother and the father of manifestation. They were both very attached to these roles, but they were being told by the Godhead that this attachment was wrong. More and more, they received the judgment from the Godhead that they had made a mess of creation by manifesting it wrong. More and more, they were trying to focus on cleaning up the mess they had made without making more of a mess. They had rage about receiving all of the blame, but they seldom felt it because their fear was so great. When their efforts were more and more of a failure, both to fix what had already been done and to avoid making more problems, the mother and the father of manifestation felt more and more like they should let others take their roles. We had given them the impression from the Godhead that they should be willing to do this, and the more unworthy and inadequate they felt, the more power they abdicated to others, until there was nothing left in them but a dim memory of having once been close to God, or what they had thought was God. All the many lives they have lived, trapped in manifestation, they have labored to help others, feeling responsible for them without realizing why, loving them and trying to ease their pain as best they could, and receiving nothing in return but denial and death for having ideas that were not mainstream. We had discredited them in front of everyone in such a way as to give license to gapped rage to discredit them and to get rid of them if they persisted. Meanwhile, all of the angels and other fragmentations who took over their roles have claimed to be doing a much better job and have received all of the credit for everything that has gone right, while continuing to blame the mother and the father of manifestation for everything that has gone wrong. This is reflected through the warriors by the way it is never the fault of religion, government, or their other institutions, their laws, or their methods. It is always the fault of those who fail to align with their dictates or fail to carry them out properly. Will spirits always take the blame here, along with whatever parts of heart and body have demonstrated any alignment with them. The gap does the judging and punishing here. This behavior monitor has, of course, been guilt, but the punishment meted out has been severe because of the lack of love involved. Just as much as you lack compassion for all the mistakes you think have been made, the punishment will reflect this to you, complicated always by the presence of guilt holding back the healing that is needed. The most severe form of this guilt is self-hatred. Self-hatred has often taken the form of fragmenting out what is hated and punishing it out there. Many times, the perpetrator is also fragmented out and does the punishing out there. It is important to understand that self-hatred has been the most severe in the will-body polarity. If someone else gets charged with crossing the line gapped rage wants to enforce, they are usually found innocent of the charges, or are given such a light punishment that it is merely tokenism. This has been especially true when gapped rage fragments deal with one another. While blacks have been hanged for looking at a white woman, for example, gapped rage fragments have gone totally free after killing thousands. The people in the will-body polarity who receive the heaviest punishment are all pieces of the mother and the father of manifestation who accepted the guilt and blame. Most of the fragmentation here took place when they could not stand feeling guilt and blame in the presence of my light anymore. There are also many fragments who left the main body of essence because they did not like the views of the main body and decided they weren't going to be able to prevail the way they wanted to. These fragments are not sure if they want to align with us now or not because they still have old feelings of wanting to prevail, and they do not know what they have missed out on in us since they left. These fragments have often been perpetrators against us in the ways that self-hatred can also be fragmented out and turned against the main body of essence. Most of the essence that was lost into fragmentation here was lost because rage was being so heavily denied. This essence can align if it moves the rage it has toward the main body of essence first. There have been many points of contention, but one main point of contention has been whether emotion should be allowed to express in their raw state or not. When it looked like essence that wanted to do this was going no place but down, many felt this form of emotional expression was wrong and polarized more toward the part of my light they perceived as agreeing with this viewpoint. Fragmentation was the result. These fragments look very spirit polarized because the more the mother and the father of manifestation believed the judgments against them and took these judgments in, the more they felt like they had to let go of the light that did not seem to like the experience it was having with them. This light abandoned the mother of everything and the father of manifestation and left them with guilt in the place of that light by telling them it was wrong to have the views they had. This has been a ripoff of the mother and father of manifestation, which they allowed because they did not have the understandings we have now. This light did not accept the will it was attached to, and it needs to understand the responsibility it has for the will denial it entered into here. It has always blamed the mother and the father of manifestation here, and any other essence that went along with them. This essence views itself as blameless, and yet it played a role in what happened up to the point where it fragmented out. Even after that, its role remained substantially unchanged in terms of how it related to the parental part of the essence. This role has to be understood now, because this essence has been no more able to prevail with my light since the splits that were made here than it was before. In addition, all of these fragments need to know that as much as they stood apart and said that they were not party to that which was being blamed in the mother and the father of manifestation, they have created a gap in their experience with the mother and the father of manifestation, and these fragments no longer have the full spectrum of experience necessary to be the parental parts of the mother and the father of manifestation. All they have the power to do now is align with us as best they can, if they so choose, by moving all of the old charge around their original fragmentation. The mother and the father of manifestation did not feel like they were the parental parts of the essence involved here, as they were going down, more and more denied by everyone. They were losing essence as though rats were fleeing a sinking ship, and these fragments all gave excuses for leaving that made denials the mother and father of manifestation were receiving all the more difficult, because they couldn't even keep themselves together anymore. They were denied until they did not even feel like they were accepted as a part of creation at all. The undercurrents and denials involved in the way most of this experience was taking place further complicated the issues, because it made confronting it openly impossible at the time. When the mother and father of manifestation tried to get straight answers, the answer they were most often told was that their perceptions were wrong. What all fragments need to know is that, no matter what reasons you want to cling to for having fragmented, you all left to avoid the terror of what you were experiencing, and this is just the terror that has to be faced now. Quite a lot of the essence that fragmented out was using rage to overcome its terror. This rage stood apart, acting smug, like it already knew better than the mother and the father of manifestation. These fragments have an "I knew it all along, I told you so" attitude. These fragments believe they should have taken over as the parental parts of the mother and father of manifestation, and have been trying to do just that. Many of them have actually acted out their ideas of the roles of mother and father of manifestation for a long time. And this has not been so wrong because everyone involved needed this experience for many reasons. But this experience is coming to a close now, and these fragments are going to have to accept that the moves they made are the moves which put them in the positions they are going to have to accept now. All of these fragments who have viewed themselves as contenders for the parental positions of the four parts of God helped my light understand itself, but the roles you have played have been almost nothing but roles, and you're going to have to look deeper into yourselves to find out where you really do fit in. As my light recovers itself here, you are all going to have to move into your right places and let the right parental parts of the mother and father of manifestation, and heart, and me for that matter, have our right places. You all had motives you did not want to have seen, and you will still have motives if you go through the motions of alignment without moving the full intensity of the emotional charge that needs to move here. In my state of denial, I did not see what you were doing at first, but now that I have seen it, I need to move in response to the level of understanding and awareness that I do have, and not allow you to hold me back anymore. These fragments also have hatred for the mother and the father of manifestation, and feel superior to them because they accused the mother and the father of manifestation as being impotent and inadequate in their inability to come to me and prevail regarding all of the issues that did not come forward between us. I would like to point out that my lack of receptivity did not allow it, and when these fragments goaded the mother and the father of manifestation into trying it anyway, it was the mother and the father of manifestation who got maimed and killed by the gap, while these fragments stepped aside, giving the same reasons they had used when they fragmented out originally. The reason most often given was that in some way or another, the mother and father of manifestation weren't received because they didn't present their viewpoint in the right way. The rage held by these fragments felt self-righteous because of the imbalance it had with the fear it had polarized away from. As much as the mother and father of manifestation were obsequious and guilty, these fragments were bothersome in the opposite direction. These fragments did not come along to confront my light with the issues the mother and father of manifestation had been unable to bring forward because these fragments were too afraid, but they claimed it was because they could not get the main body of essence to do it. By withholding themselves from moving into alignment within the mother and the father of manifestation, these fragments were protecting themselves from the reality of denial that was taking place in the will-body polarity. By withholding movement in this rage within the mother and father of manifestation, this essence made power plays of its own. The more the rage polarized away from the fear and guilt, causing major splits in the will-body polarity, the more the rage fragments could feel that they were more powerful and more right than the rest of the essence involved. With this going on, balance was impossible, and antagonism grew immense where alignment was needed. This rage has responsibility for moving against the terror it hates so much, almost as much as does the rage in the spirit polarity. As much as the mother and father of manifestation have responsibility for having denied their rage, the rage fragments have responsibility for having refused to grant acceptance to the fear and guilt or the reasons fear felt the rage must be held back. As a result of this fragmentation, the parental part of both the mother and the father of manifestation thus became so fear and guilt-ridden as to be unrecognizable, even to themselves. Quite a lot of this essence reflects to them from the father warriors and from the mother warriors also, but it can be found in all orders of spirits. In the Godhead, we saw all of the fragmenting in both the mother and the father of manifestation, and also in the manifested spirits, as increases in the manifested spirits due to their own lovemaking. This view was encouraged by these fragments who did not want it known what they had done until they were ready to reveal themselves. These fragments often fought with one another over the differing viewpoints they had. These fights were going on before the war in the heavens, but they were kept hidden from my light as much as possible. From the Godhead, we saw more of this fighting happening than the ones involved were aware of, but we saw it as fights between manifested spirits, not even realizing the role denial and fragmentation were playing. More light is not necessarily better. To us, the gap between spirit and will was an evolutionary gap. In our view, will and body simply weren't seen as able to move as quickly as spirit and heart. We concluded that the manifested spirits just weren't ready for the level of illumination we had, or for the presence of our love. We didn't think there was any lack of light and love for them, so we didn't see lack of it as reason for increasing density there. We saw the increasing density in the widening gap between spirit-heart vibration and will-body vibration as a result of will-body's lack of receptivity to us. The guilt mixed in with my light was not noticed then, and the denied guilt and gapped rage that insisted we were not guilty of anything certainly wasn't noticed for what it was. We decided the best plan for guilt-free living was to continue with the roles some angels had already been taking on, or going forth to the manifested spirits to offer whatever ministrations, counseling, advice, teaching, and parenting help they could, given the circumstances. The angels always went forth glowing so much from their experiences in the Godhead that it was often irresistible to me not to tag along and see what happened. The image I had was that such irresistible light would both draw the manifested spirits to it and move them to take it in. When neither of these things happened, I resorted to my many explanations. When the manifested spirits squirmed uncomfortable in the presence of this light and averted their eyes, I thought it was because they had grown so accustomed to darkness that they could no longer handle the light in whose presence they had been born. My light had evolved into something too dazzling for them. I saw that the manifested spirits viewed my light as not accepting them as they were, and when they squirmed, I viewed them as needing more self-acceptance. It did not occur to me that they might not like my light because of the will and body denial involved in it. The manifested spirits did feel unworthy within themselves, but not only for the reasons previously thought. We did have the feelings of superiority in ourselves that were making them feel this way. The will polarity of the manifested spirits was especially reflecting this to us. The spirit polarity of the manifested spirits was looking a lot lighter to us and had more receptivity to us. The angels went forth in a steady stream and looked like shining pools in what had already become the murky waters of the rainbow spirits. Since their forms reflected what was happening in their light, the forms of the spirits who were not living in the Godhead were no more capable of retaining the healings we gave them than their essence was of retaining the light we gave them. Those who did come around to our viewpoint always looked better to us than the rest, and we immediately vaulted them up as proof of the rightness of our teachings, if our teachings were only correctly applied. This always made the others glower even more darkly, although they often tried to hide this by making a display of paying homage to these people. The most prevalent yet hidden and often denied, feeling among the manifested spirits was that if God required this of them, they weren't sure they wanted to move toward God. But if the other direction was as they feared, they had no choice but to try to be as good as possible. Our light essence felt good to us. We liked the way it was vibrating, and we couldn't see any reason why the manifested spirits should want to resist it. The only reflection they gave us that it made sense to the way we viewed things at the time was that life in the Godhead must be much better in every way than their lives were, and they were too unworthy to be there with us. They gave us this reflection along with the feelings of jealousy we had felt before from the will. We did not go into these feelings to see what they might tell us. We dismissed these feelings immediately as lower nature stuff and tried to cultivate in them more openness to receive our light so that the manifested spirits could live more like we did. We didn't want to accept the guilt that there might be any reason why they should feel as they felt, other than their own refusal to accept the light being offered to them. When we shined the light in their presence, the manifested spirits acted as though it had nothing to do with them that we were shining light. They wouldn't even admit they needed it, and often looked away, as though they were ignoring us. We found this to be mildly angering, but we did not allow our emotions to move much in response to what happened in manifestation. Feelings were not present most of the time in the Godhead, except for feelings of ecstasy and upliftment. What we called feelings were really more of a mental outlook than anything else, but we called these feelings positive emotions, and we did not want to get ourselves involved in negative emotions by allowing them to move in our lives. Nonetheless, some of the angels were not able to move around freely among the manifested spirits if they stayed with them very long. We always thought it was the nature of entering the magnetic energy field, and that just as the magnetic energy had become trapped in manifestation, it was trying to trap the light with it. We did not like the feeling of being trapped or caught in manifestation, and we developed all manner of means to pop in and out of manifestation without getting caught in it. The more we did this, the more some of the manifested spirits started acting like they were laying traps to catch us whenever we came to them. A kind of game seemed to be developing in which the skill of entrapment was being pitted against the skill of escape. Some angels enjoyed this more than the others, but Body got caught in this more than he liked, since the forms the angels took on were usually what became trapped, while the angels jumped out of these forms with the essence they recognized as themselves. Since they viewed themselves as taking on forms rather than having bodies that were an integral part of themselves, the angels were easily able to leave these forms behind and take on other forms, almost as fast as tumbling acts go from one trick to another. The manifested spirits could not figure out how the angels were able to do this, since it was not a power the manifested spirits had. The angels very much enjoyed appearing to be the magical creatures they already believed themselves to be, but in truth, they were using body. The feeling I had at the time was that the angels were strong, learning well, versatile, and ready for anything because they were so quick, both in movement and vibration. I thought speed was our greatest power, our greatest attribute, and our greatest virtue. It was not until the war in the heavens that I really allowed myself to connect to any other feelings I had about the angels. It was then that I saw weakness in the angels. Until then, I had not let myself see the angels as anything other than my closest friends and allies. I allowed myself to see that the gap had taken in many things I had not noticed. When I saw how the angels responded to Lucifer during the war in the heavens, it opened my eyes to many things that had been going on all along, but which I had not allowed myself to see. Never before in my presence had the angels allowed me to see how they really regarded Lucifer. They held him in high esteem, and it did not look like they had the same regard for me. They felt shame when he said they looked weak, and they were also trying to prove themselves on his terms. The angels often made excuses to allow Lucifer near them, such as, "He has no place to go. No one wants him. He is so left out and lonely." I knew that this was true, but I did not see it as a reason to give him other than what I felt like giving him, and my true response was I did not like him. I realized, in that moment with the angels, that they were not aligned with me regarding Lucifer. They liked having him around, and their excuses and shows of pity for him were the way they had been covering themselves with me. Lucifer had gained much greater inroads with his teachings than I had wanted to think. The angels were presenting themselves as more universally loving than I, because they had acceptance for Lucifer, and I did not have it. They even viewed my nature as lower than theirs because of what they regarded as their ability to embrace Lucifer, while I would not. I was viewed as selfish because I said Lucifer was not my light, and that he had no place within it. The angels involved here were all very mental, and I must admit that for quite some time, I wanted to take this to mean that these angels were more grown up than the rest. In fact, I couldn't understand it at first when the mother attacked these spirits more than the others. I even judged that the mother did not want to allow the spirits to grow up unless it was on her terms, because she was a dictator that viewed any deviation from her viewpoint as a challenge to her position. When I finally saw that most of the mental sparring these angels did with me in the name of mental exercise and lively debate had a resistant quality on their part, I felt enraged. Most of these angels had taken the prize for boring me in the schoolhouse, and I was so disconnected from my feelings there that I had not realized my feelings of boredom were really feelings of rage that were not moving. I also admit I was intimidated by these angels, and I kept going past my emotions by telling myself it didn't matter what they were saying, because I knew it wasn't all the way right, and I was just giving them time to realize it themselves. The angels who clustered around me during the war in the heavens were many of the same angels who had already been going forth into manifested existence to help the manifested spirits, and I seriously wondered now just how much Luciferian influence was involved in the mess we had with the manifested spirits. From my position in the war in the heavens, I was able to see that their own lack of vibration was sinking these angels enough to find themselves out in manifestation. I had been helping these angels return to me without realizing how I had been doing it. Not only that, when I tagged along with them, I had made what they said and did appear to be right in my eyes, and I had empowered them more than they would have been otherwise. These angels had been covering their own fall in vibration by saying they had a loving desire to help, but I saw now that this loving desire to help was really a desire to help themselves. These angels had been sinking into manifestation because of their own lack of vibration, which included a guilt I had not seen before, and saying they had chosen it because of their desire to help. Somehow, serving time out in manifestation had been allowing them to assuage their guilt, or else they had been finding ways to get rid of it out there, because they would return to the Godhead as light again, and only leave me after a period of time had elapsed. Without me to help them remain there, these angels were already falling from the Godhead when they flew to me during the war in the heavens. I saw then that they had no real intent to help me. I saw in them a thirst for power and light that did not intend to serve me, but neither did it intend to serve Lucifer. I realized the angels didn't know my light or Lucifer. All they knew was their own thirst for light and their desire to discover the means for generating it. These angels have had many scientists on Earth trying to figure out how to generate light, but none has succeeded without using something else as a source for the fuel, while my light always generates itself using no outside source. These angels have been heavily involved in nuclear fission and now fusion They are so power hungry, they know no bounds or balance, either in power generation or usage. These angels put Atlantis underwater by overamping the Great Crystal. These angels have missed the boat by being too greedy to allow their wills to have any of their light. Any will essence they can gain control of, they force into servitude, giving as little as possible in return. All these angels can really serve is the guilt they are hiding, and since these angels have not wanted to notice what Lucifer really is, he has found a way to make them serve him all of this time. Lucifer is sure he has the upper hand with these angels, and they are just as sure they have the upper hand. When I shoved these angels toward Lucifer, I saw that it was not a matter of serving me or serving Lucifer. It was a power struggle, no matter who was involved. The angels did not want me to see that being without wills was handicapping them in any way, but they always followed me around, as though they could not move on their own, and they always wanted me to tell them what to do, down to the most minute detail. When I said they needed wills to help them move around and know what to do, they said no. They just loved me so much, they wanted to do exactly as I did, and exactly as I wanted them to do. They said that my will had gone away from me, and that I should have been able to see from that it was no use trying to have a will. A will would just take us away from you, and we don't want to go. At other times they said, our wills left us just like yours left you. They cited over and over all of the troubles I had had with my will as their reasons for not wanting to get involved with their own wills. When I suggested they could learn from my efforts and perhaps have a different outcome, they asked, how could that be possible, given how similar to me they were? Having to give the angels constant instructions had a reflection in the father warriors of giving everyone orders which they were to follow no matter what. I found this to be very unpleasant, and certainly not what I had had in mind for the Godhead. I had established a model in the Godhead upon which our flow had been based, and that I did not mind as long as it was naturally occurring, but having to tell the spirits of the Godhead what to do, down to the smallest detail, was making my job of fathering more tiresome than I had ever imagined it was going to be. The Fallen Angels. When the angels flew to me in the war in the heavens, claiming either that I had ordered them to, or that they just wanted to defend me, the incongruities became glaringly obvious. I already found their desire to be told what to do very curious, since their main charge against the will was that the will was trying to tell them what to do. They did not want to serve anything, but they wanted to be told what to do. The answer to me here was that they didn't want to follow the will's direction because the will had gone down into darkness and away from me. Then, when they did not make any moves toward Lucifer and claimed it was because I hadn't told them to, I could no longer make excuses to myself for them. Even when I told myself they just didn't want to take responsibility for themselves, it no longer held water. I suddenly realized they had been picking my brain under the guise of just wanting to be told every little thing to do to best please me. When I jumped away from the angels to get back to the Godhead, I was moving feelings. The angels I left behind me in manifestation had a great anger at me because they say I abandoned them when they were only trying to help me. They say I wrongly judged them, and they have refused to accept the title Fallen Angels. These angels have wanted to look only at their positive claims about themselves, and not at the whole picture. But I have studied them in all of the time that has gone by since, and they have never shown me anything to make me think I am wrong here. Quite the contrary. If these angels have any will presence, they have not allowed it to move. They have held it back for so long it has died within them. Died within them, while they claim to be the living light of love. All of these angels are fallen angels. At the time I did not lift these angels back into the Godhead with me. I didn't know I was going to push them toward Lucifer. I just did it. I gasped and did not know until later what I had done. I did not like the reflection these angels were giving me, and I wanted to get them away from me. In that moment, I felt that if they were not going to move along with me, I could not have them near me. But this did not handle the guilt that caught up with me later, and caused me to go back to them many times to verify what I had seen in those moments, and to see if they would turn around. I let them come back to me many times, and each time, they had more of Lucifer with them, and less of themselves. They had gotten so mixed together with Lucifer, and with one another, that I often did not know who I was talking to. I wasn't sure if they knew it was my light talking to them or not. When they came back to me, they always acted like my light was Lucifer, and Lucifer was my light. Everything is everything, they would tell me, which is right understanding, but they were not giving it right application. The angels were not understanding my light. They were only pretending to. Otherwise, they would not have attached themselves to Lucifer the way they did, appearing not to know the difference between us. The angels had been handicapping my light because they were not moving as fast as I wanted to move, or in many of the ways I wanted to move. I had not moved the angels back from my light because I had not been allowing my true feelings to express. In the moment of greater clarity, I suddenly achieved when confronted with all of the previously hidden undercurrents that the war in the heavens presented. The angels saw themselves as falling from grace with me. Their response was to try to sink fangs into me I didn't know they had. When Lucifer told the angels that attachment to position, power, status, or particular experiences was wrong because it impeded the flow of the light, the angels embraced this by trying to let go of any will essence they had left, and by looking at me as though my attachment to the position of being God, as I wanted to be God, was wrong. Apparently, they thought I was supposed to be God according to Lucifer, or according to them. Many of these angels had been involved in generating light with me, and I saw now that they did not view it as an act of love, but as an act of power that qualified them to be either my equal or my superior. I saw that they had also been generating light with Lucifer. I had rage at that moment, but it did not move just then. At first I felt only my fear and insecurity looming over me again, in the form of intimidation from Lucifer. It seemed to me Lucifer was being intimidating toward everyone present, but the angels weren't noticing it. Their lust for power was what was letting them serve Lucifer whenever he seemed to be in the power position over me, although for a long time I had been saying it was the angels' fear that was doing this. Whenever my light seemed to frighten them, I had backed down and felt guilty instead of giving them what I really felt. Now I saw that in all of Lucifer's terrible intimidation, he did not seem to be frightening them at all. They weren't even giving any sign of noticing it, and backing down my light was exactly what they wanted me to do. I saw that their display of emotion was not real. It was done with intent to manipulate me. When the angels flew from the Godhead and encircled me, they said loyalty to me had drawn them forth to protect me, but I experienced myself as being encircled and imprisoned in an attempt to make me unable to move against Lucifer. This is why I have called gapping the survival instinct for so long. So many denials along the way had now made it that my survival felt so threatened, I gapped into the rage I had been denying all along. I did not know until later, when Lucifer was nowhere around, and the angels who had encircled me were much farther out in manifestation than I had remembered them being able to go, that I had gapped, and in one fell swoop, shoved these angels toward Lucifer, and smacked Lucifer as far out into creation as I could. Lucifer had triggered my gap by taunting me while knowing I had it. He called it loss of control, and sneered at me like a bully on a playground who has provoked his closest rival into attacking him and then does not fight back so that he can tell everyone he has been attacked. He was acting like he was blameless, and, not only that, above fighting, but he was really avoiding fighting so that he could avoid finding out who was the weaker while making me feel like I was. Everything Lucifer and the angels did there felt staged to me. Even the incident of Lucifer striking the angel who was seeming to move toward him on my behalf had a staged quality to it. I suspected this angel of trying to move toward Lucifer, and it seemed plausible that Lucifer had smacked him in an attempt to send him back toward me, lest he lead the group to Lucifer and ruin Lucifer's plan of having them hold me back while he took my place. Once I took a closer look at what the angels had been doing in my absence, this explanation seemed more plausible than that he had advanced toward Lucifer on my behalf. He had already asked me what to do, and I had told him to go back to the Godhead. He was torn between my light and Lucifer, and was not sure what going back to the Godhead was going to mean for him, especially if Lucifer did not manage to take my place. The angels had never before acted defensive of me in Lucifer's presence. Quite the opposite, in fact. They had always dropped back from me in Lucifer's presence. I had thought it was fear. Now it seemed more like shame for having attached themselves to me. I had always found these moves of theirs annoying, but now I found I was furious with them for this. Nothing they did seemed appropriate to me anymore, even when I gave them definite instructions. The angels seemed to be increasingly all over me when I didn't need them around, and now here they were again, flying to me out in manifestation, when I had specifically told them to stay in the Godhead and protected from Lucifer. Instead, they came flying to me like they just couldn't help being close to me, as they had always been. Some said they wanted to prove themselves in battle so they could know they were strong. Others said they were too frightened to stay home without me. All manner of excuses were offered as to why they had not followed orders and stayed home, but the excuses of some were particularly interesting to me because they tried to take advantage of knowing I had a gap in my consciousness I had not yet acknowledged to myself or to them that I had. They did this by pretending I had a gap where I knew I had not. They told me I might have meant to tell them to stay home, but I had not actually done this, or if I had, they hadn't heard me. They made me a little paranoid about how well I was keeping a grip on myself, because the gap was looming as a possibility in my mind. But, in looking back, I saw that I had definitely told them to remain in the Godhead and be the presence of light there. Why this sudden failing in our telepathy? This was when I saw they were serving Lucifer and not me. They were deliberately abandoning the Godhead, which is more perilous to my light than has even been imagined. I then saw that Lucifer had ordered them to hold me back while he took my place. I saw that I had a coup d'etat on my hands. I then saw in a flash that Lucifer had been sitting in my place when I was gone, and that the angels had served him and enjoyed it more than serving me, because Lucifer told them everything to do. I saw that their willlessness required being told everything they should do. I had not been giving them enough instructions to appear as a strong and knowing God in their eyes, because I had been expecting them to learn to flow on their own in response to my light. I also saw Lucifer impersonating me when he sat in my place, by giving the angels little riddles they were supposed to solve. These were supposed to look like my instructions, but they looked like parodies to me. The angels felt smart if they solved these riddles, but there were always certain answers that were supposed to be given. I had a reaction of rage here over the twisted reflection of feeling the angels were being led to these answers under the guise of being free to find them, and that there were certain answers that could be given like rules instead of feeling each situation. This willlessness was being called unconditional surrender to God, but it was Lucifer they were surrendering to instead. Although I hoped that many of the angels did not know the difference, it appeared to me that they had made a choice not to notice it. Dictators who make slaves of their people are seen as unloving, while unconditional surrender to God is seen as loving. But I am telling you it is the same thing, and you need to realize who you are surrendering to if you believe God requires this. The will has embraced this out of fear of what my light is really like. Surrender to love is supposed to be different than surrender to unlovingness, but I'm telling you, it is the same thing. Love does not require surrender of the self to it, and it is not loving surrender if you have to abdicate yourself. Every time you say you are sacrificing yourself in the name of love, you are surrendering to guilt or to Lucifer. Every time you see selfishness taking cruel advantage in those you see as not sacrificing or surrendering themselves in the name of love, you are seeing the reflection of what you think it would be like without the guilt that tells you you must sacrifice yourself to others. You do not see what I could really be like. Hitler is a good example of this. I had the guilt, and he had the denied guilt. What needs to be seen about denial is that it kills love. Anyone you allow near you who made you feel like you must deny your will in their presence has embraced this aspect of Lucifer and has the same thing in mind. They will act like they are more powerful than you because they do not indulge in will's emotions, but they are feeding on the denial of your emotions. They are vampires who are sucking the life blood from you while pretending they are only loving, more loving than you, in fact. I did not have the loving relationships with the angels I had been wanting to think I had. I could see that now. I had allowed the angels to attach themselves to me, thinking it was an attachment of love, but it now felt more like I had been vampirized. These angels had claimed they had no attachment to me other than love that wanted to be near me, but what they really wanted was an unmitigated flow of light, with unconditional access to and control of the source that was generating it. I saw then that under the guise of serving me, learning from me, and surrounding me with loving companionship, the angels had been imprisoning me and feeding off of me, as surely as any leader has ever been imprisoned and devoured by his staff. I already knew I could not move around as freely as I used to because they were always in the way, but I now allowed myself to also notice the many ways they had been making me a prisoner in their midst so they could force me to generate light on their terms. No matter how I looked at it, any attempt to throw them off was going to mean backlash on their part. Lack of attachment did not include letting go of my light anywhere near as easily as they thought the mother should have been able to do it. What I did see, though, was that attachment for them meant attachment to whatever light had the greatest power, and this is how the angels gave me my opportunity. Throwing these angels toward Lucifer gave him the same problem it had always given me. Although he lost no time in thrusting them off of him, it gave me just the lead I needed to get home before he could beat me there. When I jumped for the Godhead, I did it with intent to get there before Lucifer, and also with the intent to regain my place before I became trapped out in manifestation with Lucifer or one of the angels in my place. My anger came forth in a state of denial when I shoved the angels toward Lucifer, and also when I smacked Lucifer. The guilt in this has always allowed Lucifer and the rest of the angels involved to say that I did not mean to do it and that I was wrong to do it. The angels involved with Lucifer have always maintained that I was not being fair to them when I pushed them toward him. I have allowed these angels to come near me many times to see if there were going to be any change in their hearts toward love or not. I would like to say now that you have always come bombastically speaking Lucifer teachings, as though my light needed to embrace them, and you were going to become very empowered by teaching me. If you could teach me, then you were superior to me in understanding. This was a guilt reflection for me that said I was not right as God to act like I had all of the answers, and to listen to no one but myself. Of course, guilt, at other times, also said I was not right to be God if I did not have all of the answers. When I saw that I had no place to go in the face of a guilt reflection that claimed I had no openness to receive it, while it had no openness to receive me, I decided to say nothing, which made me feel even more impotent, because it was another kind of trap in which I appeared to be more aligned with you than I really was. When I had almost no response to give, you all thought I was taking you in and coming around to your point of view. You have always taken silence for acquiescence. I allowed myself almost no response to you because I wanted to see what you were really about without giving you anything more you could twist around and use against me. I did learn from you. In this, you were correct. But while you were concluding that I was learning from you and aligning with you, I was learning that just as surely as we have lost will, you are lost light. I also learned that just as surely as lost will is not so easily recovered, you will not be either. I learned that just as surely as lost will cannot be near me in a state of denial of my light, you cannot be near me in a state of denial of my light either. While you were concluding that I was taking you in, I was concluding I didn't want you near me. The more I listened to you, the more sure I became that you had taken my place in mind, rather than admitting in any way that you were learning from me or following me. Guilt caused me to listen to you longer than I would have otherwise, but this was what I needed to be certain. The more I listened to you, the more certain I have become. In all of this time, you have never done anything to make me feel that I was wrong here. It does not feel like you are going to do a sudden turnaround now and embrace your wills after all of this time. It is not possible anyhow. All that is really necessary here is for the ones who have held you present all of this time because of their guilt, fear, and confusion about what God is, to let you go, and you will be gone. You are not going to embrace your wills now, and you have so many reasons why. I will not list them. You have a reason for everything you do, and your reasons are all to gain power and to bring a better return to yourselves. You are the sort who cannot even give a person a pencil that would be right for the job being done, because your reversals against the will are so progressed that you must not only sell the pencil, you must make sure it has the softest lead possible so that another pencil will have to be bought sooner. The more the person needs the pencil, the higher the price is going to be. If you ever give anything, there are strings attached. These are the ways in which you make yourselves feel smarter and more powerful than everyone else. Even when you take sensitivity training, it is only for the sake of your greater success in the world, if success means presenting the impression that you care about others. All of your so-called loving behavior is learned behavior. There is nothing real about it, and I am going to have to let you go. You are Luciferian to the most minute detail. Others of you are less Luciferian than Lucifer influenced, but this is perilous enough for you because you cannot move away from him. You lack the will presence to be able to do it. You have cried to me that you had no other choice but to embrace Lucifer because I shoved you into his arms during the war in the heavens. But I am telling you, you were already embracing him. Your movement back and forth between myself and Lucifer was because I was allowing it. I am no longer going to allow it. The Luciferian angels believed Lucifer when he told them my light was not bright enough to be God for many reasons, not the least of which was that I should have found a way to avert the war in the heavens. None of the angels liked the war in the heavens, but their opposition to it was not for the reasons I had thought. Lucifer made me feel like an inadequate God for not being able to avert the war in the heavens. But I also saw that the method he had in mind for averting such things involved the most powerful overriding of the will ever imagined. Lucifer's light was much brighter than my own, and I saw now that I had been engaged in an unconscious competition with him in my generating of light with the angels. At times, I thought Lucifer did not have a will, so of course, he had no problem gaining an alignment with it. Not being held back by his will allowed him to look much brighter, I told myself. I did not move the fear that was causing me to try to outstrip his brilliance. I just tried to make sure he could not take over. I already knew my own lack of alignment with my will was putting me in a vulnerable position, but I was under the illusion that my will had chosen to go away from me, thereby putting me in a vulnerable position in terms of my own willpower, so that I could not oppose Lucifer very well. Even though I had seen that Lucifer hated the will no matter what move it made, I still managed to assume, at times, that if he had a will, it was not giving him the problems mine was giving me. I even thought the mother was helping Lucifer by letting herself be his will. I was hating my will here, but I didn't see it. I didn't think I hated my will. I viewed myself as vulnerable to Lucifer because I hadn't been able to gain a more powerful alignment with my will than I had. I thought that if Lucifer had a will, he had overridden it completely, and that I was unwilling to do what he had done to gain the service of the will. Lucifer's will always seemed to do his bidding no matter what it was. Lucifer did not seem to have the problems I was having because his will was never allowed to give any response except, "Yes, gladly, wise master," whether this was actually uttered out loud or not. I believed that Lucifer had to be stopped. I wanted to put him as far away from me as possible, and as far from the other spirits as possible also, but I did not have any place to put him that was far enough away. He had given me the impression he had come in from outer space, and I was not sure outer space would have any power to hold him away from me if I put him back out there. I did not know where the mother was, and I did not want to risk putting him together with her. Lucifer has always said that smacking him was a mistake on my part, and I did fear for a long time that I had made a mistake. Lucifer has always used omission and careful wording as means by which he can gain whatever appearance he wants to have. The way he did it this time was to lead many to believe that the mistake I had made was to judgmentally smack him away from my light. By not defining what the mistake was, he was able to mislead many without overtly lying. The mistake I feared I had made, that I had the most trouble coming to peace with, was the fear that I had thrown Lucifer exactly where he wanted to be, on top of the mother, without me around. Lucifer has always denied the will as a power play against my light. He has sneered whenever the will has been allowed to move and called it weakness, emotional indulgence, dangerous personal imbalance, hysteria, overreaction, lack of reliability, and anything else that would make others ashamed of movement in their wills. Of course, these are all judgments against the will. Even expression of joy has been called immature lack of discipline and self-control. When I smacked Lucifer toward the mother, they called it divine providence and said it was my way of saying I did not mind if he had the mother instead of me. He even said that since I smacked him wrongly, it had only been a good outcome for him. Lucifer already knew what I was now suspecting. Without the mother's alignment with me, he could become able to overpower my light. Lucifer had devised a plan whereby he thought he could force the mother's alignment with him on his terms. Otherwise, he was going to kill her. When Lucifer first found the mother in the darkness of space, she took him in, just as he had hoped she would, because she thought and hoped at first that he was my light coming to rescue her. When she realized it was Lucifer instead of me, she still took him in because she was desperate for light of any kind. like a drowning person who takes in water because of inability to stop the self from trying to breathe. When Lucifer told the mother I had empowered him to come to her and that she was his now, the mother went into a deep and frozen, paralytic terror that rendered her unable to throw him off, especially since Lucifer was her only prospect, other than the terribleness she had already been experiencing on the way to her own death. This was just what Lucifer had counted on, and this was what he found. Lucifer was hideously uplifted and laughed so demonically that when I heard him, I went into a deep fear of what I had done. If he had found the mother, what was going to happen to her? I did not understand how I could have undermined myself in such a way. I blamed the gap I now knew I had for undermining me and causing reversals in my planned flow of things. I could not believe I would have consciously created all of these problems for myself, and I would not have. I judged all the more that I could not allow myself to lose control of myself, and I failed to see how responsible this was for the lack of consciousness in the gap. What I felt here was so horrible that my mind entered into denial of it almost as an involuntary act. Although I wrestled with it, my mind gapped so seriously here, I left space open for many terrible things to happen because I did not look at them. The angels I had shoved toward Lucifer had experienced the smack I gave to Lucifer, and I had guilt for a long time that said I had victimized them with my fear and hatred toward Lucifer. Once again, I acted without conscious thought, and I wasn't sure if what I had done was right or not. It certainly didn't look like it, and I certainly had a large reflection around me to say that I had been wrong and unloving. I didn't understand my light, and I needed to move within myself and get the understandings needed. I could not allow anything to stand in my way, but I felt uncertain myself when guilt made me question whether this was very loving of me or not. Guilt many times gave me the reflection that I was making myself too important if I thought I had to make certain moves no matter what the others around me thought of these moves. Guilt was most of the reason things were getting so out of balance already. I was tending not to move until I had to, because I was allowing guilt to hold me back. The war in the heavens was the first time undercurrents, which had been held back for a long time, really broke loose, and when it took place, I knew I wasn't going to have any real peace for a long time no matter what I did. I allowed myself to go nuts for a while then, and recovered some of my lost will by moving as much emotion as I could at the time. But, of course, I did not move at all. I took a look at many things then and saw that I had been on a long course of denial and avoidance. I had been acting like a man whose marriage had broken up, and so stays drunk, has as many women as he can, and insists he wanted the marriage to end anyway because it was holding him back. The father warriors had already manifested, and I already knew they were my gapped rage. I also knew their light had been given tremendous increase in the light generated with the angels, without allowing the mother to be present. I knew these things long ago, and yet, getting movement here has been nearly impossible without the mother's help, and that part of the mother that could give the help necessary has been missing since I smacked the mother out. If you think you have been waiting a long time for my help, or for me to move to right the situation, that is how long it is taking for Mother to make it back inside of my light. When I saw that it was the angels' intent to keep me under their control and never let me go, and that my light had helped them to gain this position, I let almost nothing move on the outside. If I expressed emotion openly, I was looked upon as a weak god, and I felt all the more that my position was viewed as rightfully theirs. If I held back emotion, they fed on my denials. I felt trapped, and I jumped for the Godhead, only to find I had no place to go. Even in my right place, they were there pressing on me with their guilt reflection. The only place I had to go was inside of myself to try to move it there. I moved back and forth between terror and rage over the angels. How could you take loving teachings and turn them into something so twisted, cruel, and unloving, and get away with it so well and for so long that you could actually stand as though guilt-free and present yourselves as more loving than I? I could not stand to look at you projecting yourselves as love superior, still empowered by the light we had generated together. You were still able to remain present in my creation when I did not want you anywhere near me. You were still able to present yourselves as the loving spirit polarity you have always represented yourselves to be, and I could do nothing about it. So much had your power grown in relationship to me that I was looking small, and you were looking very much larger than I had the power to handle the way I wanted to. It was close, very close, as to whether Lucifer was God in my place or not. Worse yet, I thought I knew where the mother was and what she was going through, and I felt powerless to rescue her. I dared not even mention her, for fear even any mention of her might worsen her situation. All of this long time, it had to be as though there was no mother of everything, while mother contenders claimed to be the divine mother, and I could say nothing about it. My rage and terror almost never seemed to balance. I went back and forth between them until it seemed emotional movement wasn't going to bring the healing I thought it was. So what? I told myself. I get relief for a little while, but nothing changes out there enough to satisfy me. And in a little while, all of the same old feelings build up again. It was then that I faced my impotence and almost totally gave up to hopelessness because I had been unable to cross the gap. Not too long ago, people were proclaiming I was dead, and I nearly was. I realized so long ago that I had to find the mother and reconnect to her, but in all of my emotional movement, I had not been able to cross the gap, and the mother had not been able to cross the gap to come to me. Once I became gapped, it was a long time before I was able to figure out how to bridge the gap. Getting it to happen was another thing, because the understanding of how to bridge the gap was only in my light and not in the gap or in the mother. The gap had become an actual space that was growing larger all the time, and I was unable to move across that space because the will I had lost was exactly the will I needed to move across the gap. I grew desperate about how I was going to reach the mother and about how she was going to get across the gap to me so that we could reconnect. Reality is there is little time left. Now, you may think I am going to give you a lot of time to move here, since it took me so long from the time I smacked the mother out, but I'm not. You get only as much time as it takes for the mother to get back inside of my light. If you have not been moving along with us here, then you are not moving enough to be with us. We are already in the home stretch, and most of you have not moved since the beginning of creation. Cold? Nowhere near as cold as what you have already done. The light you have been vibrating is almost nothing but spirit light that hates the will. This light had been trying to kill the will any and every way that it could, and a body too, especially in the sense that without will, body is reduced to a slave of spirit. This light has been so harmful that it has even hurt the angels many times, and yet the angels involved have denied this. One reason was they thought admitting it would mean my light was too much for them. When we said it was the buildup of light with no space open to receive it that was making this light harmful, blame went out toward the mother, as though she were refusing to open space as some sort of revenge for what I was doing with the angels. The mother did not feel like opening space to receive this light, and we forced her to override herself, just as was in the nature of this light already, by making her do it anyway. When this gapped rage rolled down through the heavens and smacked the mother out, Part of the reality of what was happening there was the pressure of increased light I had generated with the angels in a state of denied rage, forcing the mother to open space to receive it. Then, when the mother opened that space, gapped rage wouldn't stay in it, but rushed, instead, back in upon me because it couldn't face its own reflection. And so, there it has remained, between my light and the mother. I empowered it to be where the mother should have been by embracing it in the ways that I had. The mother was left, once again, in the position of being pushed into opening space and then left with no light to fill it, while the light said the space she had opened for it was not good enough for it. This light remained where the mother should have been instead of going with its own will and making peace, as it has to. What came to fill this space instead was the hatred the mother felt for herself then. As a result, we now have a situation where almost the reverse of how it should be is what is taking place in creation. Gapped rage now occupies the positions of power that should belong to both my light and to the mother. The reversals are going to have to take place to rectify this. May look to you like a lot of horrible things happening to people who may look innocent to you, but they are not as innocent as you think. Your best bet for moving your own lost will involvement is to move with whatever you are triggered into by this. It was not my conscious intent to hurt the mother. Many others have used my excuses, but having loving intent is different than saying the same things I say as a cover for a power play. In my state of denial, I could not see past or feel past my own situation, and I hurt the mother so badly, I almost don't have the power to heal her. If this seems melodramatic to you, move rage over the idea you have that the mother's plight always gets priority over your own plight. Moving along with me and anything that gets triggered in you is of crucial importance, because lack of movement means I cannot allow you to remain near me. I will not have the power to heal the mother if I allow my creation to remain peopled by spirits whose main intent is to continue coming between the mother and I in order to isolate and kill the mother. I am giving these teachings now in the desire that if you can move along with them, you can save yourself from being swept away and hurt by what has to happen to save the mother now. The 4 parts of the God that I am has love for all of the manifested essence that has love in it. I do not want to see you suffer any more from the lack of understanding that has brought us to this place in creation, but it is also not possible to override you and force you to make the choices I would have you make right now. I know that some of you are going to go down and wish, like the hell you will find yourselves in, that you had not done it. All of you who have wanted the mother displaced and replaced with the mother according to your own image of her need to realize that you are not right in the image you have of her. And so, while you may find this reality on your own, it's not going to be my light or my mother you will find. The angels, especially, need to realize they have no chance to replace the mother in my eyes. The light we generated together is not loving light. All of this light contains will denial that has been enforced by gapped rage. It is not possible to have love and gapped rage in the same place. If gapped rage is being held, all it is possible to have in the places where this expression is held back is the guilt that holds this rage back and calls itself loving intent. All of the gapped rage that does not move now is going outside of me as lost light. All the mother contenders helped me to understand myself, but they also need to learn to understand themselves here. You are all going to have to move back now and let the right mother have her right place. You all had motives you did not allow me to see, and in my own state of denial, I could not see them. I did not see them for what they were until I found them in myself and moved past them. All of the angels who would not move back also helped me to understand myself. The more I studied them, the more I realized my light was not all loving like I had thought it was. The angels have always wanted my light to remain in the image of always being right, good, and loving. If the will opposed this, then it was the will that was wrong. I found out what the angels were hiding as soon as I did not do just what they wanted me to do. This hatred for will of any kind has persisted in the angels all the way along, but not in me. I started catching myself after I smacked the mother out. When I no longer had her to blame and I still found in myself what I had blamed on her, I knew I had to be more involved than I had realized. When the angels talked of purifying themselves of these things by getting rid of even more will essence, I knew they were not on the right track. Lucifer has had all of you convinced that all you had to do was to go to the other end of creation and set up a Godhead there, and it would be more powerful than mine, and he was going to take you there. You have been a long time going there, and you have had as many excuses for that as I have had for not letting you go. I was reluctant to let you go because I could see what the will was going to experience there with you, and I did not know how you were going to move out to the other end of creation without any will to take you there. You have not been able to open the space for this Godhead you want to have, or you would have done it already. The mother has gone out and opened space for you to go into to have your Godhead, but she has needed time to heal from what happened to her when she did this. Once the mother opened this space for you, she was not able to get back inside of my light for a very long time because she could not move her feelings in response to what happened to her there. She is still not all the way back inside of me. I am helping the mother as much as I can because I promised her she would not have to stay out there with you once she opened the space for you. As soon as the mother is all of the way back inside of me, you go out there, but I cannot allow you to go sooner. This is also why I am saying to you now that you have very little time left if you are going to move toward my light now. Hell is what the mother called this place, but if you like it, you may have another name for it, in which case, one person's hell really is another's heaven. What I am not going to allow anymore is the mixing together of these two realities. So make up your minds now whether you like your state of willlessness or not. There's no reason to miss the point here. Guilt is really most of the reason you've been given as much time as you have had already, and the fact of the matter is, there is no more time left to give you. You've been given all the time there is. Neither Lucifer nor the Luciferian angels could have moved to the place I put them on their own, and this has allowed them to blame me for it. They have always said that the place I put them is not their right place. They have denied their inability to open their own space by saying they should be God in my place. Lucifer has always said that smacking him was a mistake on my part, that showed I didn't want him to have any real power of the space to develop it. His idea of a Godhead at the other end of creation actually came as a result of being smacked and wanting to cover the fact that, because of the gap I had created, he no longer had the power to return to my light. What he did have, though, was the mother, which has been the most terrible problem my light has had to face. Blaming me made it very neat and tidy for all of you, because you have used this blame to disclaim your true intent. When it suits you, you all like to say that people make their own choices, but when you can't consciously account for it, you say it must have been meant to happen, as though you have no control over it because some outside force, such as myself, is making these things happen. Seeing how these statements have been used to obscure intent is the point I'm making now. The issue of your hidden blame, along with your claim that everyone creates their own reality and makes their own choices, and your insistence that everything happens for a reason, have inconsistencies in the ways you have been applying them. When your application of these teachings is closely examined, it becomes obvious that you have applied them in whatever ways are most likely to allow you to continue hiding what you have been hiding all of this time. I have in mind to expose the inconsistencies of what has been representing itself to be spirit polarity on Earth. It is not right to take my place. I created it, and I was there first, no matter what you want to say about it. When I threw Lucifer from my presence, I tossed him into his own space where he would have had ample opportunity to create his own Godhead, but he still has not succeeded and has blamed his failures on me for not giving him the right situation, and by saying it was not right to throw him out of my presence. I would like to point this out. As big as Lucifer was representing himself to be, and as much space as he was going to need for the Godhead he claimed to want, and as much of a power struggle as he claimed we were in, any less powerful a throw would have only given him cause to claim I didn't give him enough space from me. If you really believe that everything happens for a reason, and that you are creating your own reality and doing it right, then why do you have blame, which you are trying to hide? You preach that everyone must accept what happens, but this somehow has not included anything that happens to you that you do not like. These things you have blamed on my light, and even more, on will and body. Heart has seldom been mentioned as though it is understood that if it is spirit, it is loving and above being questioned here. This needs to be looked at now. Everyone needs to see how denied your hearts are. Will and body have always been seen to be what the judgments against them have been saying they are. They have never been seen as valid and equal contributors in the lives you lead as spirits. You have labeled them the basic self, or the lower nature of man, and, at best, have only allowed them a token role at your side until you get tired of struggling around with them and move on. It is time for you to notice that you have blame in the form of long-held belief patterns that say negative emotions are not a part of my light. According to you, phoniness and hypocrisy are part of my light. Or why would you claim to be and have my light and act other than how you really feel most of the time? And if what you claim you feel is what you feel, why are you not vibrating entirely at the speed of light already? Where are you going to place the blame for this without admitting you have any blame? You blame the will for this, and you show it when you view yourselves as improving and correcting the will every time you manifest this phony behavior. You also blame body for the density he has, and punish him by not even making him divine. He is just a shell to be discarded, and you preach that nothing but joy should be experienced at treating body this way, as though body has no consciousness at all. You cannot imagine how body feels upon hearing this, because you have never acknowledged your bodies in any way that would allow this consciousness to enter you. I have seen that the moves I have caused you to make have not been the wrong moves for you. You have never acknowledged the mother's role, but you have always moved in response to her, negative response. These are the choices you have made. The choices you have made have all been in favor of denied will. You have carried this to the extreme of making choices while claiming you are not making choices, only carrying out God's will as though you know what God's will is. Whenever it was convenient, you have even said you had no choice but to carry out God's orders because you only serve Him. You have always made choices, though, whether you have had the power to move in response to them or not. These choices have moved you to where you are now, even if it has appeared that it was outside forces that have done this to you. You have always made your choices in response to your hatred for the will. Even when you moved toward Lucifer, you moved in response to your hatred for the will. When I moved my feelings toward you and moved you toward Lucifer, you did not like me for moving my true feelings. You have blamed me for judging you and making you the fallen angels you are, and you have never looked at the judgments you made against me. Oh no. Instead, you have called your judgments my light, and have held the image of me your judgments gave you. You have never known me for what I am, any more than you have ever known the will for what she is. In fact, you cannot know one without knowing the other. You only embrace light that hates will. So now, the moment of truth has come. Lucifer is going outside of my light, and you need to allow yourselves to notice what is going to happen to him out there with no will to hold the space open for him. As long as it has taken for this time to come, there are as many of you who want to say that this time will never come, because this is all metaphorical and Lucifer is just the flip side of me, just my light in a state of denial. Hitler was a flip side of me, but that does not mean that he is recoverable now. The essence in him that could move now has already moved, and the rest of it is not ready to give up its position. As I have said, these serious levels of denial are nothing to take lightly. Because you are so mental, you cannot connect to the reality of what is really happening here. Lucifer is as old as my light. In this, he has not been wrong. His origins are my original bad intent toward the will in the first creation. He fragmented out of me then, and has never aligned with any of the evolution in my position toward the will. Quite the opposite. He has used it to evolve his means to kill the will. All of the essence that can move in response to the will's plight as a result of what happened there must move now. All essence that will not move toward compassion, acceptance, and healing for the will is going to have to go outside of my light and have the experience the will has had in whatever way this essence has to experience itself. If it is your intent to heal and align with my light, then you are going to have to do what you have always been supposed to do. Open to your own will and learn how to allow your own will to be a vibrating equal with you so that you can take the experiences you need to have to learn how to live. I cannot keep you alive anymore at my own expense. I cannot hold back my own process anymore in order to help you with yours, nor can the mother, or heart, or body. You have us for models, and you are allowed to come as close to my light as your own understandings bring you. The process has already begun that will make it so that guilt no longer allows you to come any closer than that. This will actually be mutually beneficial, because you will no longer receive the overdoses of my light, which have sent you into so many misunderstandings for so long. If you are a fragment of my light, allow yourself to notice that you are a manifested spirit now, and that you have a lot of healing to do to vibrate at the speed of light again. Love will help you heal here, but it is love only so much as you have receptivity to it. And I have to say once again, you have no way to increase your receptivity to my love unless you move the old charge you have been holding for so long. This includes moving your blaming rage toward the mother until you can stop blaming her for negativity that is really your own blaming rage toward my light, until you can stop blaming me for your own misunderstandings, blaming rage toward guilt and toward Lucifer for making it impossible to know what was my light and what was not, blaming rage toward heart for pretending to be loving in ways that he was not, blaming rage toward body for not being able to hold up under the stress of all this, and finally, blaming rage at yourselves for not knowing enough to keep yourselves out of the mess you have gotten yourselves into, and for not being able to hold back your movements enough to heed my cautions that you were moving into places you did not understand well enough to be there. Once you get done with enough of your rage that you can move into terror, you will have to feel it. And so it will be, back and forth, between rage and terror, until it is all finished.